Welcome everyone to Saturday Evening Chats, episode number 92. And tonight we have with us the co-host extraordinaire, Mr. DM Foss.
Good afternoon.
We have Mr. Chris from the 740.
Good to see everybody. Thanks for having me on.
You're welcome. And last but not least, we have Rob D, the New York Outcast.
Hello. Thanks for having me. Thanks for joining us. And I apologize for the delay. As you know, our host was so busy speaking about his Glock, he kept all you waiting for 3 extra minutes. Sorry, folks.
Absolutely correct. So, let me do one thing.
Sorry, but it doesn't shrink because it got wet, buddy.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
All right, I started this off on a bad note. He had the 19, and then what?
In a world of uncertainty and turmoil, one man stands alone, along with his faithful sidekick. A man who entertains and educates the masses weekly, 70% of the time. Born out of the dusty plains of Washington State, now from the coastal forests of Oregon. The man, the myth, the man, G23.
My bad. Didn't mean to cut off your thing, but I was trying to say you had the full size, and then he got wet, and now he's going around with a compact, trying to blame it on the rain.
Absolutely. So, I'm going to jump into a shilling, I guess, if you want to call it that. So, Mr. Travis P11 emailed me the other day, or yesterday maybe. He says, "Hey everyone, Defense Dad and I are holding a YouTuber range day on the weekend of June 4th, 2022. The idea is to see who wants to meet in person and be able to film videos or simply shoot and have fun. We have secured a range at Nebraska Shooters in Firth, Nebraska, about 15 miles south of Lincoln and Shields. We will have the entire facility to ourselves, including a pistol range up to 25 yards, a rifle range up to 100 yards. Both ranges have steel and paper targets available, including Texas Star, dueling trees, steel plates, and other stations. The rifle range is really nice as you shoot over a pond. The pistol range has a nice overhang with outdoor ceiling fans. Specific range rules require all Tier 1 operators, that's us, in parentheses, have strong side OWB holsters while moving about the range while carrying. The owner has given us a price of $25 per person for the entire day to secure the range. He also has a climate-controlled on-site bunkhouse that sleeps up to 8. He said it's available on a free will donation basis. If anyone is interested in that, I can ask for more info. It has a kitchenette, bathrooms, including shower, pool table, bar, and cable and Wi-Fi. These accommodations will be on a first come, first serve basis. Here's a link to the range if you are interested. This will be an excellent opportunity to network with other gun tubers, film content for your channel, possibly collaboration opportunities, shooting contests, etc. We are working to secure more swag so that we can have some drawings, and Travis will be giving away a trademark monthly Patreon box of goodies. After the range day, we would like to meet for dinner the next day. If you would like to hang out, Shane and Travis, which is Defense Dad and Travis P11, will be around. Please RSVP by March 31st. We are hoping for a good turnout and have some fun. It would be closed to the public, but feel free to bring along your significant other. Thanks, Defense Dad and Travis P11.
It'd be nice. It'd be good if they would make a video so that we could share the video with them explaining what they're trying to do. Defense Dad.
I'm gonna make a video on it. And
sounds like a hell of a nice gun range, especially if it has a bunkhouse in it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tag. Oh, go ahead, Rob.
What about kids? Like, say you wanted to bring your son with you instead of your wife. Is there an age thing that's I'm just asking for general public, or not general, YouTube general public purposes, I guess. Is there something with the age, like just out of curiosity?
It didn't say anything. I do have a link out to Travis P11, so if he possibly has time, he can jump on and we can ask him a bunch of questions. Defense Dad says they teach kids classes. So,
just curious in case it was a son or daughter, possibly. I mean, they're significant in a different way, but there's may still, like our attacking daughters, would it have been all right for him to show up with his daughters, or is that
I think
that's all I was trying to ask.
I think that what they would ask is that you're not bringing, like a 3-year-old.
Yeah, that I can totally understand in a sense. So depending on the atmosphere, you know what I mean? Because that's more of a whatever. Not that it shouldn't be done, but maybe not done at this event. What I mean? Time and place.
Yep. There's, again, time and place for everything, So, I see we got, let me start off reading who's all out in the side chat. We got Kingpin, who was in first, Tactical Fud, Chris from the 740, Mike White, Defense Dad, Mark Thomas, Artak and Daughters, 223 DMR, Uncle John, Carolina EDC, I think G-Webs, Bald and Curious, Mr. JH586, James Pollard. So welcome everyone. And
Uncle John just popped in.
Did I skip him?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Probably not.
I probably did. Uncle John's out there. Who was
Sounds like a great event, in my opinion. Doesn't seem like a bunch of hoops or you got to kiss a ring or any of that crap to get into it. So I'm glad to hear that they're doing something like that. Wish it was a little closer and not 18 hours away from me, in a sense. But if I could have made it, I would have, because that's definitely an event that I think would be up my alley and something like that. So.
Yeah. So I missed DJ Play Nice. He's out there. Defense Dad says it's the range. Masad Ayub teaches Mag 40 at here. So Bald and Curious is asking what we're talking about. There's going to be on June 4th a YouTuber gathering hosted by Defense Dad and Travis P11 in like the Lincoln, Nebraska area. If you want to go and hang out with some gun tubers and shoot video, shoot firearms and stuff, email one of them. I'm pretty sure they both have their email addresses linked on their pages. And you can grab a lot more information, or you can rewind it back to the beginning where I read the entire email.
Yeah, I was looking at it, man. That's a heck of a drive for me too, man.
Actually, would they even let somebody like me in there?
A Yorker? I would probably say no.
All right, just checking.
I mean, I could be wrong. They might let a
Travis
Yorker.
put in a good word for me. Sorry. Sad humor. My fault.
He said we only see gun people.
See those New York plates, and they'd be like, "This is private property. Get out of here."
So, Bald and Curious says, "Who the heck's Defense Dad?" ? Then he says, "At New York Outcast, let's go." So I think he wants to take a trip with you.
Hey man, do you want to drive? We can figure this out. It might happen. I'm just not trying to drive 17, 18 hours, honestly. But, yeah, like carpooling, I could probably do that.
One day, 1 hour for me to drive there.
Yeah, it's 25 hours, 1,700 miles to Omaha from here.
Yeah, to Firth, Nebraska, it's 25-hour drive. It's 1,688 miles for me. And I would cross 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 states, possibly 6.
Yeah, I would have to go through Indiana, Illinois, Iowa.
So we got to get 2 other people to start one. Somebody a little more west, somebody a little more east. And then do the collaboration thing, and all 3 of them can go on at the same time and just unify the event. Pow.
So what we need is one on the West Coast, one on the East Coast, and one on the Central, and we all have it like going on Utreon at the same time with crossover people on each live stream, so we can be live streaming and shooting firearms at the same time. Sounds like a great idea.
It's like the grassroots YouTube movement.
Defense Dad said we have this thing called an airport. That's a lot of guns to be putting on an airplane. Probably still safer
half
than
of us can't legally fly anyway. Come on, man.
probably safer than driving across Illinois too.
Illinois.
Mm-hmm. That'd be my thing. Be the driving through Illinois with all them guns.
So there you go, Rob. You could make money while you're on your trip. You and Bald could re-roof Sergeant Joe Smith's house.
It's possible.
The silence is deafening.
It's very possible. I've done a roof on vacation in Florida before, so yeah, I don't say no to money usually. So possible. I don't know how codes, all that stuff is out that way. So obviously insurance and stuff like that. But it's a possibility. But that involves me bringing my truck, and that's going to be like $400 in gas plus probably like $40 in tolls one way. So that's you're looking at $880 just to show up at work. So just keep that in mind. I don't know.
Bald says that you and he will do the roof, but he'll be the supervisor.
Yeah, because he probably can't work like me anyway. Not when it comes to a roof.
He says county, so no codes.
We could do it. Bald gets the coffee. I'll get it done.
He says
make this happen.
He says he's got the shingles and nail gun. What about the tar paper and
well, you're going to need flashing, ice and water. I don't know if there's any valleys. Obviously nails, compressor, possibly tear-off tools. I mean, there's more than, I'm sure Joe knows, but, we'd need a lot more information than that. But either way, I'm sure it could happen.
Got the beer. Now we're talking.
So he says he's got it all. Got 6 compressors. So I don't know if Carolina EDC is still out in the chat, but if he is and he wants a link to jump on, just say something and I'll shoot you a link.
I think RTAC wanted a link too.
I emailed him one.
RTAC's scared. He ain't trying to come in here.
Warsaw jumped in out in the crowd. So
yeah, I think events like this are good, especially sponsored, like put on by the people in a sense. Because Travis is kind of big time, so I don't know. It's borderline, big shot running things, but I think he just fits in there. Plus, he's a cool dude. But I think that's pretty neat. So, and I assume nobody's going to be trying to tell you got to go take this class and you got to buy this holster and you don't look cool enough without this tight shirt, so you got to have one of these too. So, it doesn't sound like one of them events. So, I think it's a cool thing. We really should have more like this because honestly, in my opinion, all this shit we do online is projecting. We're showing our opponents our hand. We should be doing all this grassroots in most cases. I know a lot of it's a hangout, but people get on here with serious conversation. Why lay out your strategy to the people that are going to, you're competing against? It makes no sense to me, like the whole setup of things nowadays. But. So,
Bald and Curious says he can host an event in New York. Who's interested? Maybe if you're lucky, you can get Rob D to show up. But
I'd recommend PA just for the gun aspect. Yeah.
I think Rob would even stick his nose up at a shooting event in New York.
No, I wouldn't stick my nose up, but you got to be practical. PA is pretty close, and PA, their gun laws are a lot closer to a lot of other people. So a lot of people don't have a 10-round magazine for their firearm or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just not standard. So plus, a lot of people, New York doesn't honor anybody's permit. So, unless you're law enforcement, you're not coming into the state and using a firearm like in your possession, legally. You can come use my guns legally, but who wants to do that? They want to bring their own stuff. So PA, you can do that. You know what I mean? They don't have the issue on, a pistol grip or the adjustable stock or all this type of crap. And they honor a lot more people's permits. And worse come to worse, you stop by and get a permit depending on the day, because they're only $20 and take 15 minutes. You're not doing that in New York. So I definitely recommend PA over doing it in New York. But
I recommend anything over New York.
Hey, Warsaw, do you want to know which Hollow Sun I have on my PCC? Is that what you're asking?
All right, welcome back.
There's Tacticals here.
Yep, I saw Mr. Ghost out in the crowd. What the hell are you playing in the background?
Me, myself, and I. Anyway, Rob, I dare not come in. Why?
because you're scared.
Oh, is I scared?
Scared of the Glock guy. That's what I heard.
Oh, okay.
Thought you were too busy playing with your God, no, that ain't gonna sound right. Never mind.
I'm glad
Never
you
mind.
walked that back.
Yeah.
Might have been a little gay.
Congratulations on the kids' fruit salad. I was gonna
Wow.
combine that into something, but that could just be taken.
In the wrong
There's some
way.
weird people out here, yeah, and I don't, don't want anything getting confused.
I got the 510C Warsaw on my PCC.
So to answer Warsaw's question, here's a question: when did state law overrule constitutional law? Well, if you want to buck the system,
Never.
you go ahead and sit in county jail, and you explain to me.
It does not. It does not. Constitutional law always is president.
So you're saying that the armed security officer who was arrested in Illinois because he had hollow points in his work firearm should not have happened? You're right. It absolutely should never have happened. But the fact is, Illinois has laws against hollow point firearms. He was caught. He went to jail. Yes, he ended up getting it thrown out, and he was, lost and got the conviction. Well, it wasn't a conviction. He got the charge thrown out. But guess what? He still sat in fucking jail arguing his case. So if you don't like having freedom and try fighting it from the outside, go ahead, push your luck and sit in county jail or sit in federal jail until you're proven right. I've given up my freedoms.
It's better to fight on the outside versus try to fight on the inside.
I agree to that in a sense, but I disagree at one point in another way. At some point, hardships is what created our country. You know what I mean? In some cases. So maybe that's somebody's purpose, is to go make that point made in some situations. So just be thankful it isn't you. I don't know. So so I don't want to go off in the weeds.
Yeah, might as well. We can burn this down and have a dumpster fire.
Shit. All right. Get
We
the
can always-
marshmallows.
We can always break out the lawnmower.
Well, I'm just mean the way things are set up with some of the laws and some of the situations. I mean, if we don't push it, how are we ever going to change it? How are we going to know? You know what I mean? In some cases. So, and when you look at things, I mean, like I said, hardships, what got us here. I mean, you know, people lost their kids and all types of different threats and lots of shit. And, you know, where the easy way for them would have screwed us, but thankfully it didn't take that path. And now everybody does almost the opposite. They're more concerned with themselves. So I don't know. You know, we could use some strong leaders. I mean, we don't need somebody that's going to go, you know, I don't know. Martyrism is kind of stupid in one way, but another way, if it does, stupid for that individual, but for the cause, in some senses, it does push things on. If that makes any sense. So it's just my opinion. So you know what I mean. So yeah, come at me, yo.
If done in the right way, yeah, you're right. Martyrdom works. But 90% of the people that are doing it over stupid things, and
Maybe
they're not getting the support that are going to back them up and, you know, make it so that we can push harder and fight the better fight. So, you know, picking stupid things that you're willing to fall on a sword over.
It's a gamble. Nobody said it isn't, you know. And that's the thing, is we all have different lines. I mean, that would be the same with stating, you know, the government's going to come take your firearms. I mean, we all have different lines. A lot of people hand them over. A lot of people just wouldn't be home, and there very few would die on their doorstep. But yet, you know, 60 to 70% say they'll be dying on the doorstep. But yeah, that is probably taking it off another step. But shit, now I'm getting myself confused.
Okay, we'll go through the poll on the panel, and we're gonna see. Rob, what would you be willing to martyr yourself over to fight to help promote the Second Amendment?
That's too generalized. You gotta have a specific cause. You're asking somebody to do a specific action by martyring themselves, so it needs to be a specific action being taken.
Yeah, and I don't think most people that end up a martyr intended to be a martyr. I think that's just what happened in some cases. Personally, that's what I think. But yeah, go ahead. Ask a more direct question.
So,
what would I die for when it comes to my rights or Second Amendment?
I don't know if you even have to say
how are you
die for. What would you be willing to go to jail for? Like
abuse towards my children, my lady, abuse towards a stranger on the street, in some cases, abuse towards random kids by assholes. And don't get me wrong, I'm the first one to dish out an ass whooping if you had to, but there's a difference. So there's a lot of things I'd go to jail for. So you got to be more specific.
Like you know, the hearing protection. Would you be willing to martyr yourself with I'm going to carry this suppressor across state lines to prove a point, you know?
No, probably not.
Without asking the ATF for their permission.
No, it's going to have to be like something at my doorstep, like bow and kiss the ring type thing. Coming to me. Yeah. In most situations, I would think so.
Yeah, I think every single one of us on the panel can agree that if you fuck with our families, we have no problem going to prison for the rest of our lives.
Some say that, but yet they don't. You know what I mean? Or, I don't know. I hate to say it, but, some people are just kind of punks. Like, they just let somebody manhandle their wife and go get on the phone and call the cops. Like, sad to say it, but there's a lot of people that are just pussies out there. They won't even stand up for themselves. And unfortunately, some of them people are gun people. And then they use a gun as the almighty. Like, they never been punched in their face once in their life, and they're scared to death to get in a fist fight. So they just rather just shoot your ass.
Like the guy down in Texas?
I don't know what guy you're referring to, but what I mean? Yeah. So
there was a video a couple months ago of what was it? A father who was going to go get his kid.
That guy.
Yeah, and him.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's one of them law things where morally I'm on the guy's probably side with the dude that got shot, probably, but legally in the state, I don't know. It might have been legit. How did that ever turn out anyway? I don't think the guy should have done what he did. Don't get me wrong, but honestly, I think the boyfriend was kind of a punk even to bring the gun into the situation under those circumstances. But
yeah, I mean, once
you can expect him to be pissed off. So I don't know.
That's what I was saying is, to your point of,
but legally,
he could have just stood there and they could have duked it out, But he decided he wanted to run into the house, grab his rifle, and ended up murdering somebody.
Yep.
Well, it's worse than that. He killed his girlfriend's son's father in front of him.
And then wants to be in the house afterward.
Right.
What kind of fucked up mental torture is that to kids, man?
And here's the thing, though. He had no right to say he absolutely had no right to interfere in that. That was a legal custody matter that should have been handled by the police.
It was going on his property, so he had the right to throw the guy off his property.
Yeah, well, he had the right to call cops, but he didn't have the right to shoot his son bitch either. I mean, whether it was on his property or not, it wasn't between him and his son was on his property. So you see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
When the guy approached the other guy and got physical with him, that kind of gives the asshole the right to defend himself. And unfortunately, at that point, the asshole's holding a gun. So, that's what the gun shouldn't have been there, in my opinion.
Well, that's the one.
He shouldn't have been a punk, at that point. And if you got hit and you ended up in a scuffle, so be it.
That's the one
you should live for another day.
Was he left that argument to go get the gun? So once he left, he was out of that situation. He grabbed the gun, came back to the situation, and then shot him. So that takes it out of self-defense.
True, but the guy did approach him before he shot him.
Doesn't matter. He left. Once they were fighting. If he had his gun on him, they got in a fight. He shot him. That's self-defense. He's defending himself. He left to go get the gun, so he is no longer in danger. Got the gun, came back, and then shot the guy. That's where it takes it out of self-defense.
Yeah, you can even go as far as charge him as premeditated at that point, because now he planned to kill him because he went and got the gun.
I guess I could see it because technically there was no justification to even bring the gun back out, because that was my initial point, or even to bring the gun out, because the father wasn't out there physically abusing his ex or anything like that. He was just bitching, saying, "You're taking you to court," doing what a pissed off father's going to do when you're sitting there telling them you're screwing with them, because the kids aren't even here, but you wanted to spend time with them. That's going to piss you off.
If he went into the house and then the guy follows him, then yes, that conflict is continuing, and the other guy brought it to him. So then again, he's defending himself. But once, it's like, well, any example I was going to give would be the exact same example that happened. So that's, I see that as a little bit different because of that. Because he went into the house, and then came back. which I don't know if this adds to the conversation or not.
Yeah, there's no winners or losers in that case there. That kid, man, that kid's going to be messed up for life. And it all goes right back to what Rob said earlier. I mean, worst case scenario, the kid got his ass kicked. A couple days, he'd have healed up and been all right, or he'd have kicked the kid's dad's ass.
Yep. One of them would have had a restraining order on the other. It would have been more bullshit in court, and life would have went on.
Yeah. I know that video was disturbing. I watched it many times.
So M. Gabriel says, are you not allowed to carry on your property in Texas? Well, you're allowed to carry. That there's the whole situation is if the firearm would have been present at the time that everything went down, that's a whole different thing than if you stop, and you remove yourself from the situation to go into your house, grab the firearm, and then come back out and reintroduce yourself into the situation. Any prosecutor is going to say, guess what? You could have went in the house, locked all the doors, and called the police and stayed inside. Yes, you could have had your firearm there just in case, said party tried kicking in your door. And then, that's a whole different situation. But like Foss was saying, once you go into, or you remove yourself from the situation. So say your firearm's in your car. You go in and you get into your car. You've already removed yourself from the situation. You have the ability to lock yourself in your vehicle and call the police. The justification saying, well, I'm going to go get my firearm and then bring it back is, that's, you're going to be asking for a whole nother situation where, yeah, you're putting yourself into you're putting yourself into the high probability you're going to get cuffed and stuffed.
Basically, the guy screwed up by getting a gun and introducing it into the situation, shooting the kid's dad. So 3 lives were ruined that day, all because he just couldn't take an ass whooping. If you know what I mean.
And who knows that?
I agree. Even though it might be legal for him to have the gun, and that's where everybody's like, well, you could it's legal.
Legal or not,
but still.
Did
you need to? That's the question. And that's where that insecurity or, I premeditated this or I finally got my chance comes in. You just because you can doesn't necessarily mean you need to. And that should go for a lot of things in life.
Right. Is that the equal use of force?
So
I forgot about that part of that video too, though.
Yeah, Bald says the one guy was a lot bigger. That doesn't mean shit.
Nope.
Dude, I knew a guy who fucking was a bodybuilder. And, he competed in, bodybuilding competitions. But he couldn't have defended himself if he would have tried. Because he was so muscle bound that he couldn't have even taken a swing that would have caused somebody to be hurt. It would have been like a fly landing on you. So size doesn't mean shit.
I argue differ. I think size does make a difference, but maybe not in ways people think. But because I've seen some small people that would scare to death out of big people. But vice versa or whatever, like he's stating, big people that can't fight or whatever. But all in all, if you want to look at something recent that we might all have some information on, like look at the cage fights when they came out. There wasn't very many people taking out people bigger than themselves, and they were both skilled in one form or another. That's pretty much how it came out to prove what discipline, whatever, blah, blah. But on average, the bigger guy usually wins on average. That doesn't mean it's always the case. You know what I mean? By any means, but a lot of times the bigger guy does win. So,
Yep.
And it doesn't justify it. I still think if you got principles, you should be able to stand there and get your ass kicked on your principles if that's what it comes down to. And that's respectable. That's hard. So, doesn't necessarily mean the guy was outnumbered, but he didn't even get, at that point, he didn't even get physically touched or attacked or any reason to be at a disadvantage. I mean, the guy wasn't just pummeling the shit out of him out there. And then he ran in, grabbed the gun, came out and told him to leave. I mean, he didn't even approach him like that until the guy came out with a gun. So, I don't know.
Yeah. And like if you look back at cage fighting, like UFC when it first started, there was a little guy. He was like 5'4".
Yeah, he was the exception. The family
and
that started that shit to prove this to everybody else. Yeah.
No,
I think
there was this little guy. I forget what his name was, but he was like 5'4", and he probably was a little over 100 pounds. And he took on a 6'4" sumo wrestler, and the fight lasted like 8 seconds, where he broke his nose.
He was a lot larger than you are remembering. He was definitely smaller. The guy was a black belt in Kyokushin, and he was definitely smaller than Yarborough was. But he was probably now I'm trying to remember how big he was, because he wasn't one of the bigger guys, but he was, he wasn't 100 pounds. He's 175-ish maybe. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, there are exceptions to every rule. Sometimes the little guy is going to, beat the crap out of a bigger guy, because I know a guy, when back in high school, he was a little small guy. He was 140 pounds, but he lived on a farm and he baled, he threw hay and crap like that. So he was a, strong motherfucker.
It's heart and skill, man. Heart and skill. So that dedication. So like you'll see that when, basic training. A lot of these big guys are gone, man. It's heart and skill will take you a long way. So being able to take hits and keep going. That little kid that grew up getting his ass kicked by his brothers all day. He's the one you got to watch out for, not the big asshole that talked a bunch of shit and never had to do anything. So you got to be careful. Don't ever underestimate anybody. That's just number one.
That is the best rule right there. I've always was taught, don't underestimate anyone. And then to the point of saying that he was legal. Was he legal to bring the gun out? Yes. But his use of the weapon was not legal at all.
And it's poor taste to bring it out in that situation. My thing.
It was
That's just being weak,
taste.
Man. Yeah.
Because he could have just called the cops, Like I said, he did that. He ruined 3 people's lives that day.
It's like the Ahmed Aubrey case.
Honestly, a dude could have just stayed right the hell out of it, though, too. I mean, really. What ex-wife or husband isn't going to be pissed off? You're dating this dude. They were cheating before they got separated. Now you're together. It's already a screwed up deal. Why just pour gas on the fire?
If I remember right, wasn't the deal was he was just there to pick him up for his weekend?
Yeah. And then the kids weren't there because supposedly they wanted to spend extra time with him. But yet the kids aren't even there. So now they're just giving you the finger in your face. And then you got this little douchebag, coming out here popping shit. Like, what do you expect? Of course the guy's going to be pissed off. I don't know. If it was me dating, I would give myself space. If the guy got physical, that's a whole nother story. But you know he's gonna be pissed off. I mean, come on.
He's still not. It's still not legal to use the weapon on him, or he wouldn't be in jail and charged with murder right now. I mean, that's the facts.
So he did get charged?
I believe so.
All right. Yeah, because it seemed like the whole connection with his ex or whatever, and everybody being family and friends, judges, and all this shit in the town, seemed like the guy, there might have been something too where, you know, he thought he'd just be okay. You know, I know the law, and as soon as he shot him, I told him, like, not giving a shit. I don't know.
So, we have 2A We Stand out in the crowd, who's heading back from the gun show. So, I think that was
Price is still jacked.
The Tampa gun show.
Oh, you know,
say.
prices are still jacked. Yep, he was charged with murder.
We've got Mr. Travis P11 in the house.
Hey,
what's going on, kids? How we doing?
Hey.
What's up, Travis?
How you guys doing?
Good, you?
All right, good. I got an invite from Single Shot for this one, so yeah. At least I think so. Or no, did you send that to me, G?
I did.
Oh,
I did.
cool. Okay, I wasn't sure exactly who it was. I was kind of driving home when you guys sent it, so I had to kind of keep my eyes on the wheel, but yeah.
Yeah. So we kind of talked about the June 4th.
Yes.
And so I know Rob brought up a question, and Defense Dad kind of answered it, but
yeah.
I don't know, Rob, you want to re-ask your question since you have somebody who can directly answer your question for you?
Sure, Travis. I think we got the answer, but I'll recover it because obviously somebody directly in here. Basically, we were instructed that you could bring, it's not open to the public, but you can bring a significant other. Now, could that significant other be a minor, as in, say, if Artak went with his daughter, because it's kind of connected to his channel, or is there something against having children below an age there?
Honestly, for that, we'd have to ask the range owner what the protocol is going to be on that. I would imagine that, I mean, I can't speak for him, but I would imagine, everybody's going to have to sign like release paperwork and stuff for shooting that day. I don't think it would be a problem, but we'd have to ask the range owner what he wants. I'm sure under adult supervision it wouldn't be a problem, but I really don't know. Honestly, don't know.
Okay. Just something I'm asking. I don't even know if anybody's considered. I was just kind of asking.
Yeah, well, no, because somebody might want to have their kid come along and film, or they might want to have their kid shoot and film their kid shooting, and I get that. That's yeah. We'll try to have an answer for you by next Saturday for Caliber Corner. We'll ask the range owner what he wants us to do, like what his preference would be, and then we'll let you know for sure. Yeah,
maybe it would be something like 12 and above, or
yeah, they might also.
I don't know
what the range insurance policy is, like what it is, because I know like at the range I shoot at back in Lexington, that one was just minors just had to be accompanied by adults, and then when you sign up for a membership, you just sign off on the whatever the the terms of service or whatever, and you just got to follow what they wanted, which means the kids always have to be supervised. So, but yeah, I can't speak for them. Honestly, don't know. We're just now kind of testing the waters to see if people even want to go to it. So that's why we're kind of getting this initial email out to get the dates out there and the times and everything.
Make a video.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I probably should do that. So
I keep telling Defense Dad to, but he won't.
Yeah. And
we can share it.
If there's YouTubers that want to come to it, we just sent out the initial list was, the people that are on the Caliber Corner mailing list. And then really, I mean, I'm not against anybody coming to it, but we wanted to make sure it's people that had channels on YouTube, so we could, kind of as a way to network together, and then people can kind of make videos with each other or kind of collaborate. So it kind of reminds me of what happened at Tulsa a couple of years ago when the majority of us that met together and hung out, it was all YouTubers. It was like Gizzard Gary and Tardot and Gunpowder Beauty and Clover, Ghost, myself, Never Enough Ammo. So that's kind of what we're going for. But I mean, if somebody really wants to go, if you got a channel, even if I don't really know you personally, but you want to go, just send me an email. We'll talk. Because I mean, obviously we like to have as many people show up as possible. But yeah, as for the minor, I'm just I'll have to ask because I honestly don't know. I don't know because it's going to depend on the owners, probably what the insurance policy is for the range.
So we've got Santee TV who's jumped in out in the crowd. Welcome, Santee. The way I answered it was there probably wouldn't be a problem as long, but age, of course. You're not going to want to take your 3-year-old to the range.
No, there's going to be a lot of gunfire. Unless your kid's conditioned to it and can handle. Plus, we're going to be outside. Granted, we've got good climate controlled, we've got indoor stuff that's air conditioned and things like that for people, Wi-Fi bathrooms, running water, all that stuff. But, you're going to be outside with us and who knows what it's going to be like. And you're about 15 minutes away from being in Lincoln, Nebraska. So it's a little bit of a drive if you got to go get something. So I mean, it's not impossible, but it's kind of one of those things where you're kind of planning for a range day. So you just kind of pack your lunch accordingly kind of thing, You
mean you're not going to bring me lunch?
I was going to bring donuts and coffee for everybody to start the day. That's lunch for some people. Now we just said pack a cooler and then we were all going to go out for dinner that night or go someplace good, see what's out, what's available and go chow.
There can't be enough donuts and coffee in Nebraska for this.
Oh, man, we've got a couple killer donut shops down here that are just amazing. So I'm going to be bringing some of those donuts for you guys.
Do you have a Voodoo Donuts?
We don't, but we do have a Hurt Donuts, which is kind of a national chain. If you guys ever heard of those before. No. They have a Voodoo in Omaha, actually. They have a Voodoo Donut in Omaha. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. He just likes the big dildo donut. Don't pay him.
Rob definitely likes the C&B donut.
You mean the Long John?
If they want to make donuts after me, I'm fine with it. But don't expect me to eat.
Wait. Rob likes 2 guys in a tub donuts.
No.
I'll be right back, guys.
Damn, you scared him away. See, you took it too far, man. You took it too far.
I'm sorry. I'll get banned again next week.
See, even Santee says the Voodoo Donuts are good. So,
hey, my best friend Keith's out over in the side chat. Good to see you. Oh man, see, he's always got to throw the food.
The funniest thing is, he'll tell you eat a salad, but then he shows you a plate of cookies.
Right.
At least he's not showing me one of those New York pizzas this time.
So, Santee says, when's this going down? June 4th is when they're going to do a Nebraska meetup and shooting. Definitely you can get a hold of Mr. Defense Dad. He can answer any and all questions. So,
is there a fee for this event?
$25.
$25.
Okay. At least that's reasonable.
We've got Grim 90 out in the crowd. We got Mr. P&W Woods out there. Miss Gunpowder Beauty is out in the crowd. Ripper Dippin'.
All right, I'm back. My dad's watching the Bear Jackson car auction right now, so every time there's this massive sale that happens on a car, he has to call me and inform me about it. So, yeah.
Well, the prices are off the wall.
Oh, they're insane this year, dude. I mean, they had a Grand National that had 30 some miles on it. It was the last one to roll off the assembly line. Understandable. It's going to go. I think it went for, don't quote me on this, I want to say it was 700,000.
Holy.
Yeah. Even regular cars are going for like double the price.
Yeah, everything is crazy on the car prices right now. And don't even get you have like a Roadrunner or not a Roadrunner, a Superbird or one of those vehicles, like one of the Plymouths and stuff. Dude, they're just breaking the bank.
Damn, Rob, you might be able to get $50 out of your Honda.
There you go.
Yeah,
Hey,
right.
it's unmodified. You'd be surprised what stuff like that brings these days. You guys ever go look at Bring a Trailer?
Yeah, I get offers at the gas station sometimes.
Oh,
this
God,
and
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
People
funny
pay, like,
because
ridiculous
it's like
prices.
I'm driving something special, and it's a freaking '98 Honda Civic. You know what I mean? But people will pull over and they'll try to talk.
Yeah.
They'll honk at you. It's crazy. It's like,
Dude, I had that
Pretty
95
fun.
Civic Si that I sold, and I kind of wish I would have held on to it, but I was moving, so I don't have a choice. But anyway, so yeah, car prices are just crazy right now. If you got a low mileage original, it's insane. What even the most obscure car you would never think that has collector value now suddenly has some sort of value to it.
LBJ said the best donuts he's had are from Asian donut shops. Man, when I was in Philadelphia, we stopped at this little hole in the wall donut shop. He might be right on that, because I'll tell you what, those are the best donuts I ever had.
So
Yeah, the town that I used to live in, it was owned by the wife was Vietnamese and the husband was Chinese, and their family owned 4 donut shops. But man, they're killer, man. They're amazing.
Oh, man. Yeah, those ones we had in Philly were good.
I posted pics on Instagram. They're amazing. Yeah.
So I pinned Defense Dad's email address to the top of the chat. So if you guys need to get a hold of him, you can easily find it.
Yep.
I just want
Cool,
to know
man.
what
Thank you.
2A we stand got at the gun show today. Said he picked up a couple new family members.
I'm going to say give it about a week, and you'll probably see the video on him.
Yep.
He keeps some videos cranking.
I just took my Shadow 2 to the range today and got her broken in. Oh my God, it's amazing.
Ooh,
It's so smooth, guys. You don't even know, man. It's like butter.
they
And
are
I'm not
nice.
a dyed-in-the-wool CZ guy. I've only owned one other CZ, and it was a CZ52, an old school milsurp. But yeah, this thing is pretty wicked, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, I
Now, is
rented one at the range. Got to shoot it. They're really nice.
Now, is it the TSO Shadow 2 or just the regular?
Just the plain Shadow 2. This one was made in 2018. It had never been fired before, and they were $400 under MSRP on it. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to take that. They have actually been sitting on it since before Christmas, and nobody bought it. So I just went ahead and snagged it.
Yeah, that Shadow 2, that's a, man, those are just, that's a nice gun.
Fits the hands well, and I got some Fusa sending me some lock grip sports to put on. He's got some old ones that he's not using anymore. They're fine for me. I like the factory grips, and the factory grip on it in 2018, it wasn't the light baby blue either. It's like a cobalt blue. So it's a different kind of shade of blue. So I kind of like it because I'm not really a big fan of the light baby blue aluminum grips that they had on them in the later model.
Yeah, Ripper dipping over in the side chat. He's had some nice CZs. He had the Checkmate for a while.
Oh yeah,
I think he had the TSO.
yeah.
So I've got to shoot them all, and I like them all.
I remember the Checkmate. They had one at our Shields here in Lincoln. They were marked down about $300 or $400 on that also. I think it was 30, about $3,000 for it. They're normally 3,400 or something.
Yeah.
How to shoot it. That's funny. Hey, Defense Stat Scoreboard. Go check my video on Patreon.
Good
Is
to
this
see
a
you, Pony.
challenge, Defense Stat? Are you throwing down a challenge on me again?
I think he is. I think he's waiting for you to buy him lunch again.
I know. I think just because I lose them all doesn't mean that I'm not willing to step up to the fight, you know?
Can I just get a little favor from anybody out there that's going? You got a single hot sister, you should definitely bring her and introduce her to Travis.
Oh, man, there you go. She likes the teddy bear type. Because, studies show that 75%, no, what is it? 100% of the time, 75% of women out there prefer guys with a dad bod. So that's actually scientifically documented. So that's, they'll find me irresistible. Irresistible.
Hey, Travis, isn't that
Yo.
the tactical dad bod? It's a
Yeah,
little
tactical
different.
muffin top is what I call it. Yep, TMT. It's kind of like James Yeager, but without all the tattoos. Sorry, I thought that was funnier.
Well, I think the gauntlet has been thrown down.
So he's gonna have to shoot. He's gonna have to outshoot me on my own gun. That's kind of like not even fair for him, though, is it?
He says, "I'll shoot my VP 9L. You bring your CZ."
Oh God, here we go. What's the wager?
I'm gonna make the wager for you guys. It's gonna be 3 dinners and 1 lunch.
I'm not dating him. I mean, come on, man.
I didn't say it had to be a nice restaurant. You could take it to McDonald's.
To the gas station, get some burritos.
Oh, if you're going to the gas station, it has to be sushi.
Tornadoes. Tornadoes. The Monterey chicken tornadoes. Yeah. Oh God. That's fine. I accept your challenge. Defense Dad. We'll have another shootout again. We'll have another wager. Yep. That's fine. I'm 0-2 right now. I can go 0-3. 3 strikes and I'm out. So I got 1 more left.
He says a Happy Meal.
Happy Meal. Oh, okay. Well, we can do that. Just a Happy Meal. Okay.
I see Tara Smith's Kitchen is out in the crowd. She has some great cooking videos, guys.
Mm-hmm.
And she's got some good shooting videos out there.
Got a kolache recipe that rivals my grandma's, man.
That soup that she just did.
Oh yeah. It was the garlic. Was it like a beer cheese garlic or something? Yeah.
Yeah. That thing
try that.
That looks so delicious.
Oh yeah.
They got a barbecue pit at that range, Travis?
I don't know. I got to be honest with you guys. I go to a different range. This one's primarily for classes, and then they do shooting events like on the weekends and evenings. Defense Dad's actually got more experience with it than I do because I've only been there twice. So, I mean, I don't know about 2 or 3 times. I don't know what all the amenities are. Somebody could bring a small grill with them if they wanted to, I would imagine.
I was going to say,
that'd be
Rob,
cool.
What you could do, you could go to PA, you could hook up to barbecue pit that he's got, and you could take the blind guy down with you. He could barbecue while everybody else shoots.
Hey, that works.
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking one of them cook guys that were a little closer, but whatever. Yeah, that's the same idea. So it's somebody could show off their barbecue skills, so we could, it's easy to make food look good, but I want to taste it. Damn it!
There you go.
Well, there could be a second competition. You could get TPC to go with you and Defense Dad. You could have those two do a cook-off while everybody who's there at the shooting competition has to be the judges and sample it.
Ooh, there we go.
Now it's coming together.
I just threw a link to Tara's channel out there in the chat, so go subscribe to her channel.
Absolutely. Let's get some really good recipes on there.
Yeah, she needs to email me her address. She won a patch when I filled in on Gary's Sunday show last weekend. So the email that I put out there, Tara, send me your address and I'll get some stuff mailed out to you.
Yeah, I've got to get you some more stickers and stuff sent your way.
Yeah, Pink Panther. I'm in Central Ohio.
Yep. Pink has a great channel also. Back from the Gun Channels crew.
Oh, yeah.
Handing out your M&P 9 stickers.
Oh.
About time, buddy.
Or his AR-15 stickers?
Mm-hmm. Those are going to be, I'm going to probably get some new, the AR stickers and say, hidden in the closet like New York Outcast Glock.
No, you're the one that admitted. you got M&Ps hidden in the closet. And you know what? I've been waiting for this. I even screenshotted it. I can send you the email, but I bet you ain't got the balls to show it.
Ooh, he
I
threw
don't
it
have
down.
I don't have no M&P. I've never had an M&P.
That's not what you said. You admitted to having them in the closet.
I said I would.
Matter of
I would
fact,
hide it.
Artak was there in the comments. Do you
That's right.
recall this, Artak?
I sure do.
Well, somebody tell me the truth here, boys.
Yeah, G23's got a problem. Try to tell him it's all right. It's the
I
world's
guarantee you, it
pain.
doesn't say I own one.
Tell people.
All right, I just threw the link out for Panthers channel too. So if there's any other ones you guys want me to throw out, let me know.
2AE, we stand. Santee TV,
Chris from the 740.
Chris from the 740.
You little defense having out there?
All right, here's 2A We Stands link.
Rob, I think if you remember right, there's also video evidence of him with M&Ps.
Oh, see, you can't go there.
Yeah, I remember that.
The video, the person who owns the M&P is on the panel. He can admit to that one.
No, I didn't say that you owned the one on video. I was just saying that there's video evidence with you and M&P.
And we're supposed to trust your co-host, the one you make thumbnails for and everything. You and him are conspiring together.
I don't even know what he's talking about. I don't know.
I think that's how Foss got that 44 Magnum ammo. G23 had to hook him up with it to keep him quiet.
All right, I just threw Santee's link out there. Gunpowder Beauty. She says, "Hey, did you know for every display you buy from R&L Displays, New York gets a little more 2A. I just got my stand this week, Gunpowder, and I like it."
So Tara says, am I supposed to email the posted email? No. There should be one that from
I put
DM.
I tagged her in the comments earlier. The untacticalfoss@gmail.com, that email.
Did he say he didn't like his stand?
Who?
Chris.
He said he sent him a box full of zip
No, I said I really like that stand.
Oh, all right. I was gonna say you don't have to change it. You know, there's no hit team coming if you don't, but I definitely would like to know.
Quality control, bro. Quality control.
All right. I'm just checking.
I'm pretty sure he said all he got was he didn't get a stand. He got a box of zip ties.
No, because I made a video, so I can't even say that.
I was supposed to get a box of zip ties, and I got a stand and one zip tie.
That seems pretty even trade.
And then I even sealed for the stand.
We're not even going to ask why you wanted the zip ties.
It's best that you don't.
He won't admit it. Not live.
Admit what? I will admit to. I'll admit to nothing. Make counter accusations, and I wasn't even there, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Denial.
That's the first stage of admitting that you got a problem.
Denial isn't just a river in Egypt.
Denial.
Yeah, denial. You just caught on to that one.
Oh yeah.
So, Mr. Foss, I saw your video on shooting your 44 Ruger. How enjoyable was it?
It was fun. I would have liked to shoot it more, but I only had the one box of ammunition, so
If you
Using
go
it
to
sparingly.
if you go to Outlook Unlimited, they sell 44 special, pretty affordable. You'll at least be able to shoot 44 special out of it. A lot
Yeah,
more.
I'd be fine with that. I wanted to shoot 44 Magnum to start. I wanted it all. But yeah, because I think I paid with shipping $67 for a box of 50.
Woo-wee. Yeah, you could have bought 150 rounds for like $135 at 44 special. That precision stuff that you seen when I did my 44 special gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I hadn't shot my Taurus since I got the 44 special yet because, reasons.
So Tara says she sent you the email.
Yeah, and I think last week you were saying something about that Ruger. Yeah, I got the email. And I said, oh, I didn't have it yet. And then it was probably about Tuesday, for some reason at work, it hit me. Oh, God, I even showed it to him when he was up here. I did have it when you were here.
Yeah. You just didn't have any ammo for it.
Yeah.
And I didn't know you had it, or I would have looked to see if I could have found some ammo and brought it up.
Yeah, I didn't want to have you try and, run around looking for something like that. So I didn't mention it. But yeah, I got the email, Tara, and I'll get that sent out next week.
So who do I blame after watching some of Tara's videos and I get fat?
Yourself?
No, shut up. That's not the answer I was looking for.
Portion control, bro. Portion control.
Oh, is that Chris from the 740?
Yeah, I wasn't subscribed to him, or else I would have known he done a video. So definitely gonna have to check it out later.
You hear this?
Hey, it happens.
But look, guy showed up out the blue a couple weeks ago. He's everywhere. Ordered a display. Of course, I'm thinking he's a Fed. I didn't think he actually had a channel.
You could have logged in on a secret account, or even not even had yourself logged in. You could have looked, from your wife's phone and said, "Oh, look, this guy actually has a channel."
That's right. Let's get her MAC address on the Fed list and not your own. There you go. Let's go get your kid. Go grab your kid's Chromebook and do it while you're at it.
Right?
Trying to get all these links out here. Get our tax out there.
Travis P11.
Yo,
He's got one hell of a channel. If you ever,
come on. If you're bored, it's like having cable TV. There's so many different, every video is like a different channel, so you can really get some variety going on there. So if you want to watch like me review tuna, I done that. Nerf gun reviews in the style of Nothing Fancy. Pancake reviews for preppers, whatever, I cover it. I try to.
He's willing to shill for anybody.
So when are you going to bring the countertop reviews back?
I actually have one loaded, ready to go on Patreon. It's the countertop review of the Rock Island Armory 1911.
Okay.
9mm. It's ready to go. It's going to go up probably this week, I'm guessing. I'm going to probably go back to doing 2 videos a week now because I've got 6 of them sitting in my reserves that I'd like to release and not wait and do 1 video a week. So, yeah, I even did a table. Did you guys ever watch my tabletop review of a tabletop?
Yes.
Or tabletop review of a countertop is what it was because I didn't have a tabletop at that point because I was moving. So,
yeah, that's when, from your old apartment, when you, it's like,
people
okay,
asking
now you
about
move
it
it.
for years.
You move into this new place, and we haven't had a new countertop review.
Well, we can make that happen. That's sure. We can do that. Yeah. It's a little bit nicer countertop.
We've got a quest for the perfect load out in the crowd. Another celebrity's out there, Gizzard Gary.
Ooh, Giz.
Good to see you, Zach. Good to see you, Gary.
What's up, kids?
So Gunpowder is saying happy birthday to Gizzard Gary. Is it his birthday this? Somebody needs to check Instagram. I'm pretty sure that it would tell you if it is his birthday. I'm banned from Instagram, so I can't tell you if it is or not.
He's 21 today, right?
I thought it was his 100th.
Oh, I think he's 21 because we're gonna go out and party tonight. You know, go have a good time.
You're welcome, MC. All right. Here's Gizzard Gary's.
So Gizzard Gary says it is indeed his birthday.
Happy birthmas.
Happy birthday, Gary.
Heck yeah, man.
Let me get
amigo.
Let me get Zach's channel out there too. Everybody go subscribe to Quest for the Perfect Load.
Gary saying he was hatched 62 years ago.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
We're going to be busting in that Social Security now.
Yeah. AARP, baby. Get them discounts on ammo.
That's right. Yeah.
Hey, so funny thing, I had an AARP account when I was 21 years old. 21.
Yeah.
They kept sending me like join AARP mailing, and they were sending it like twice a month. I just got tired of, here's the damn thing. So I told the wife, I'm like, you know what? Just cut them a $16 check and send it in. Fill out the information. And when they realize that I'm too young for it, they'll stop sending me the information.
Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and they'll probably return the check. No, they sent me my membership package, and I'm like, cool. You don't realize how much discounts you get. Like when I moved to South Carolina, I used my AARP card on the U-Haul rental and hotel rooms.
Crap! I need to look into this because I get stuff from them all the time and I never send it in. I'm only 44? Yeah,
dude, it's the best $16 you'll spend because once you use it like 3 times, you have saved yourself $16.
Oh, easy. Yeah. Like on rental cars and stuff, they give you like an extra day, or they give you like an upsize, like an up rental.
Yeah,
or whatever. Yeah.
And they do away with mileage restrictions.
Oh my God.
Sometimes, so it's like there's perks to having it. So
the AARP is the largest lobbying group in Washington, D.C.
Damn. There you go. All right. We're going to go ahead and get the CZ ready for bed here. There we go. Now she's ready.
Are those hollow points?
Yeah, I bought a box of V-Crown for it, just 115 grain. I do load my own, but for self-defense ammo, I mean, I trust my handiwork, but I want something that's factory sealed. Shields has it 50 rounds for $40, which isn't too bad for self-defense hollow points,
That's not bad at all.
No, because critical defense is usually $1 a round. So they had it. They've had these boxes of 50 forever. You can also get 147 grain, I think, for the same price. Yeah, I got the.
You want to chime in here, child?
There's the box right there. There you go. So it's a pretty good deal. I mean, I've got about 400 rounds of gold dots and some Hornady, I don't know, XTPs or something that I loaded last summer. But I really haven't had a chance to play with them yet, see how they run. I've only done a couple of them.
So, Giz says, only bad thing I've heard is AARP is supposedly pro-gun control. So's Walmart. But yet, a lot of us still shop there. Just saying.
Only if I have to.
Hey, Travis, will you
Yo.
leave a comment out in the side chat so I can get your channel up?
Oh, okay. You mean like in the private chat here?
Yeah, just anything. Just say hi or whatever, and then I'll
Okay.
link your channel. I
All right,
just
cool.
put up Mr. F&H's channel, and I just subscribed to that one because I wasn't subscribed. And I got Warsaw's out there. Got Gizzard Gary. Men of Tupperware. Got to throw Defense Dad out there yet. I haven't done that one.
Hey, Rob's in this one.
MCK is out there. Welcome, Mark.
Yeah.
Get him up too. He just put out a new video.
Yeah, he did. Tim S is out there. LW Rhodes. There's another good channel.
Brady.
All right, there's Defense Dads. Let me get MCK here.
I have more. Something.
What's going on, Tori?
Nothing much.
Old MCK's not too far off from that 1,000 mark. He's at 804.
So, you got some new stuff for your ROTC?
Yeah.
I'll tell
I know.
I got promoted in rank, and then I got 4 of my first ribbons.
For what?
So the English ribbons are. Hey, chill out, little man. Okay, so the ribbons are outstanding flight, good conduct, longevity, and dress and appearance.
So for flight, did you actually get to fly a plane?
No, it's like for the group that we form up in. Like there's Alpha, Bravo, Charlie.
Yeah.
The company, basically.
And then I got promoted to Cadet Airman.
She's moving on up.
So does that bring you some pay, or
I mean, no, it just gets us, like, the more you rank up, the more respect you get from lower class cadets and some upper class cadets. When it's already a cadet ran program.
So it's kind of like getting subscribers on YouTube then.
yeah?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I had another phone call. My old man called again.
How much is it going for now?
They have a 2004 Porsche Carrera GT that just sold for $1.8 million.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's chump
Yeah.
change.
I'd buy 2. I'd buy 2
I don't know if it's like a one of one, and he's like, and then think about it. They paid $180,000 in commissions to Barrett Jackson for that sale.
Well, now, was that a private sale, or was that one of
This is-
those?
No, this is the
That they-
auction. So you're going to get.
Well, yeah,
and this is
but-
anybody around the world can bid on it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
But now, was it a private person selling it, or was it one of those ones where they do for charity auction?
no, this is private. This was not for charity. Yeah,
Because I know sometimes, they're at Barrett Jackson, they like to do the
oh yeah.
the charity auctions.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, they had a couple really good ones that he was telling me about that they've had. Like they've raised a lot of money for people and stuff. But these prices are just going freaking insane. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like one of them I watched a couple of years ago. They were doing an auction for charity on a brand new car that hadn't even been released yet, and you were going to get VIN number like 4.
So you know it's going to be filled with recalls.
Yeah, but a lot of those people that are going to that, those are looking at the long-term game of.
Man, it's supposed to be a joke. Lighten up.
And you're not really buying the car. What you're doing is you're donating to charity, so you get a nice, huge tax write-off with the benefit that you're getting a car.
That's a good point. But the money still goes to, to where it's supposed to go, which is the good thing. So, yeah. They've had a bunch of those. They've had Ford donated a couple of them. They've had a couple, seems like the car companies donate those, like Chrysler will donate one and Chevy will donate something, and then it'll go to whatever charity they pick for it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And there's been a couple athletes that have done stuff like that where, what was it? I think A-Rod had a car that he did for auction.
Oh, they donate one of their own vehicles?
Yeah. Where he had it and he signed the glove box.
Oh, cool.
Carol Shelby signed the glove box, and his wife at the time signed the glove box.
Oh, that's freaking awesome.
So when she divorced him, did she get half that car?
No, because it was their car that they were donating to a charity.
It's a joke.
Yeah, she got the left side, he got the right side. So
Exactly.
Hey, Zach, yeah, I did see both those posts. Those were pretty good. I got a good laugh out of both of them.
Oh, yeah. The 6'5" need more.
Yeah, he hates 6'5" Creedmoor.
That's the only one I saw was the 6'5" need more round.
Who posted that one?
300 PMR.
Quest for a perfect load.
Oh, okay.
Man, I was missing out on two good channels. I just subscribed to LW Rhodes, and I wasn't subscribed to Travis's channel either. But I don't think I've ever done a chat with Travis before. So
No,
that might be why.
Chris, is your channel or what's your channel?
Chris from the 740.
Okay. All right.
Got a lot of videos. And the guy loves Glocks.
Yeah, you got a backlog, man. You're really gonna have to give yourself a couple of weekends of binge watching to get through everything. So
I know that's what I was telling G today. He asked me what I'd been doing all day, and I was like, I never left the house. I was getting caught up on everybody's YouTube videos.
So Chris,
mm-hmm.
Go to Patriot in the Dark's channel.
Yep.
Watch his video of the no sight challenge, and then I dare you to do a video doing the no sight challenge.
I did a Glock 17. It wasn't too difficult. But a few people did like M1 brands and stuff. It was pretty amazing.
You'll have to go check that out. I watched the video today of the guy doing that. I got the perfect pistol right now to do that with. I don't have any sights or red dot on my mechanic right now, so I can do that.
Yep, I did it with the Glock 23 with the Rock Slide USA slide because I had no sights on it.
I did mine differently. I was like blindfolded.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if there's sights because it's just going by pure sound. Kind of like Patriot in the Dark, how he shoots. That's how I did mine. But nobody ever watched the damn video, so
I watched it
there. But I think I think that's harder. I'd like to see you guys try that shit. But I don't want to start up a new thing. But just purely by sound, it's pretty humbling.
Yeah.
That's definitely one of those ones where you got to make sure if you're doing it at a range that you're like the only person there so that the range Nazis don't get you. Because I guarantee you the moment you set your firearm down and you start to put your blindfold on, those guys are going to come running.
All right, I got Patriot in the Dark's channel up there, and I just subscribed to his channel. I wasn't subbed to his either.
HIPAA's out there.
Hey, Chris, from 740, you must go ahead and just, quit subscribing to Netflix and Hulu because we're all you need now. So.
Oh, I don't even have. Yeah, I don't have enough time to watch anything
Yeah.
other than YouTube at this point.
We'll get your channels so you're subscribed to about 1,000 different channels.
I kind of like it. At least there's new stuff to watch all day. It's constantly popping up. So
Yeah. The Patriot in the Dark, when you watch his videos, I mean, he goes detailed because he'll sit there and describe the entire firearm, from like left to right, from, stock to the front sight. And he's like telling you every bit of it because, he might be sight impaired, and like he'll tell you sights and optics and red dots are all a fad.
Absolutely. Totally overrated.
Walter Davis just jumped in, so welcome, Walter.
Pippa said he's up over 500 channels now.
Patriot, you're probably absolutely right. Rob will rage quit.
No, I had to put my plate away, trying to dodge the concert the kid's having in the bathroom. Apparently,
She's singing in the shower.
yeah, I might have started some habits around here.
I'm getting up
Hey,
there
man,
right
I'm
now,
like-
Big Al.
Yeah, better than your favorite singer, but don't think I'm ever going to prove it to you.
So, Quest for the
Don't let him lie
quick
to you.
load. Quest says that he's subscribed.
He's not the next.
Oh, we know for a fact Rob is nowhere near close to the nicest or the best singer.
I beg to differ. Rob be the best singing, best dancing, best looking motherfucker around. He's Rick James, bitch.
Right? Yeah.
Rob can sing solo that no one else can hear him.
We need to get a little quartet going. We got Rob on bass, and I'll do tenor. We just got to get a soprano and an alto. Night Strike can do soprano. And who's our alto? Who's an alto singer here?
Probably
Come
our
on,
Attack
man.
and Daughters.
There we go.
You guys know you sing better after a couple drinks in the shower by yourself. That's when you do your best work.
I've never been that depressed in my life where I drink in the shower.
Oh, you never had a beer shower? Where you get done
That's
with
just a party,
you open up
man.
a beer. You can't let it sit there and get warm, but you want to get cleaned up because you want to get your night going. So you just take the beer with you to the shower.
I didn't say I've never drank in the shower, but I've never been that
Oh,
depressed
okay, I got you. Good man.
where I've drank in the shower and sung at the same time. No.
So if you guys use StreamYard, they did this nice new little feature you can do when you're doing your live streams, where you
What's
can.
that? Yeah, I pay for the service. What do they do?
You can have some nice little background music playing.
You get copyright strikes?
Nope.
Oh.
So you can have it where it's just going a little bit in the background.
Watch it. Somebody will claim it on YouTube anyway.
Well, that's a shock. I figured he'd be playing Tupac over there on the West Coast. You know, because he's a gangster and all that.
What's
You
that?
know, what I think is hilarious? Have you guys ever heard the music it plays when you're testing the audio? Have you heard that
Yeah,
sound
the
that it sings
the
to you when
lady
you're
singing.
what's that? Yeah, testing your audio on StreamYard. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, holy crap! 223 DMR says a Ford GT40 just went for 1.5 million.
I'm telling you guys, there's people that are done buying everything and now they're just going for cars. I think on those, if you buy one, don't you have to wait so many years before you can sell them though? If you buy one from Ford, just so people don't flip them
There,
and jack the
there
prices up.
was some stimulation like that. Yeah, I recall
there you
hearing
go.
something like that myself. I don't know if it's still relevant, but it definitely was at a time.
Yeah. You guys ever seen one of those in real life? Those GT40s?
Yes, I've seen one.
Yep.
My God, they are so low to the ground. They're what, like 30 inches tall or something, or 3 feet tall. They are so low to the ground.
Yeah, I had to
It's
fall
small
to get
little
in it.
thing.
Yeah, pretty much, man. You have to like pop yourself up from the ground to get into it.
I had to fall to get into it and climb out of it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I have to do
But
with
they
mine.
look fun.
So see,
Pretty much.
I guess the only supercar that I actually got to drive, I got to drive a Mercedes F1 McLaren.
What?
You didn't know that? Back in
Please, I'm shocked they let you wash the windows, man.
back in the day when I was working on cars at the Mercedes dealership, I did.
What he's not telling you is that he stole the keys and took it for a test spin.
Yeah, that was his last day at work, right?
Yeah, without anyone knowing, and then they gave him these nice little bracelets and escorted him off the property.
No. In my lifetime, I got to drive the Typhoon, Cyclone, Grand National. All those were turbocharged. Pontiac GTA, which was the twin turbo version. I got to drive one of those. The 30th edition, the 35th edition Firebirds, and the 25th edition. But it wasn't new, it was used.
I forgot all about the Typhoon and the Cyclone. Which one was the S10 and which one was the Blazer? I forget.
The Typhoon was the S10
Blazer.
was the truck.
Yeah, Cyclone was a pickup.
Yeah, and then the Typhoon was the Blazer.
The Blazer, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, we had there's a guy here in town that owns a lumber yard, and I remember he had the Blazer one. Man, that thing was bad.
They were all-wheel drive too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they just put they basically just took the Grand National motor and put them in there, right? That was
No.
Was it a Turbo 4 on the Cyclone, or was it a Turbo 6? Or supercharged? What was it?
They were V6 4.3 liter V6s. The CPI motors that they turbocharged.
Okay.
The Grand National motor is the 3.8 liter Buick V6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which they made all the way up until about 4 years ago.
So I got to agree with 223 DMR. He says a Shelby GT 350 just went for $650,000. People have too much money.
Oh yeah.
You know how many guns I could buy with $650,000?
You know what though, guys? I hate to say it, but these cars are nice, but that's peanuts compared to what people buy on land when they buy land.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's just here in Nebraska. Like half our state's owned by Ted Turner, and a bunch of moguls own huge amounts of property. And you can't do anything with it. It's like all brush, prairie land. There's like no resources around or anything. You just have grass, basically. You know.
Well, you've got
Sorry, go ahead.
Bill Gates has the most land. He owns the most land in the United States.
Yeah, I think so.
Or let's say he used to before he got divorced.
I think the cars are a bad investment though, because right now the market's just crazy. It's like now is the time to sell, not the time to buy. You're never going to recover that again, more than likely, unless I don't know, so many years something like this happens again. But really don't seem like the time to be buying right now, in my opinion. So they do have, like whoever made the comment, I mean, just way too much money. I mean, if you're going to overpay for, I mean, really anything like that, that's going to depreciate as soon as you actually use it. I mean, that's just ludicrous. You know,
these are for collections. Dude, these guys will hardly drive these things, if at all. I mean, they just buy them just to have them,
True.
just to say they have them, just like Hot Wheels cars, man.
A lot do, but in 20
Yeah.
years or 10 years, when it's not even worth, you know, when it's a third less of what they paid for it, you know, and it's still technically kept with the market times, but they bought it at the highest point possible. Like, it's just bad business, you know.
Yeah. Kind of depends on the model.
Maybe I'm just looking at it differently. I don't know, but you know.
Yeah. All I know
Some
is
of these cars
nothing but go up, but
I would say some of these cars, like these classics that are rolling across the Barrett Jackson line, they're not like your everyday tourists. You know, they're going to just keep going in price, the value up and up as more and more of them disappear from being, you know. So
I think so, but there's fads and eras. I mean, what's hot today isn't what necessarily was hot 20 years ago, and vice versa. So, you know, there's still got to have some, you know, be somewhat practical about it, in my opinion, as far as an investment standing. So, I mean, you're buying it at the price that typically you would hope to sell it at in 20 years or something, you know. So that's, I don't know. Maybe you're gonna get your money back, but I don't know. I mean, in a lot of cases, you'd probably be dead before you did. At least in my opinion.
You'll be able to get that $100 for your Honda now if you sell it, rust and all.
Hey, they'd be lucky to have my Honda, because after their nice car was on the side of the road, they could drive that to go get parts.
So, Patriot in the Dark says, tell Rob they're not buying Honda Civics. These are cars, no longer made, and will never depreciate.
I know all about the auction, but still, it's even if you're, I don't know, I don't want to compare it to stamps or something like that, but still, I mean, you're buying it at the wrong time. It's just what it is. You know, same thing with property right now. In some situations, like everything is overpriced. Like
you can't go wrong with property because they don't make no more of that.
True, and you're almost better in that sense, but in the end, everything's pretty much overpriced right now. So you're killing your profit in a sense if you're looking at it to flip it in the next couple years. Like, you'd be hard pressed to. Just
So,
my
we've got AAF out in the crowd, and we've got Mr. Hobbies Hobos out in the crowd. Welcome, guys.
Yep, Tread's here too.
Oh crap! I missed Tread.
Yep.
Pink says if I kept a lot of the muscle cars I owned, I'd be a millionaire right now. So I had a chance to get a 69 Roadrunner for $2,500, and I went back, talked with the wife, and a couple days later, when we went down to get it, the car had sold.
Yeah, you should have just bought that shit.
I should have.
Should have, man. That happened to me with a dirt bike once. Kid broke his neck, and the lady was selling it dirt cheap, and she just wanted it out of her yard. And honestly, I didn't have the cash on me, and that's one reason I think cash on hand is a good advantage over a damn card. But needless to state, by the time I made it back with the cash, that bike was gone, and it was like a brand new 250, you know, YZ 250 or whatever. I think that year, it was the year that it was like a brand new bike she sold for like chump change. I think it was like $1,200 or something like that, just to get rid of it. What a shame.
Yeah, it was I had the chance to get a one owner vehicle. He had it, and then he had it in his car dealership, and it was sitting in the car dealership. He had completely restored it and everything so that it was sitting there with nothing in there. It would have been a great chance to have grabbed that thing, taken it down to Barrett Jackson, and at least made 10 times my money.
Maybe. Just because somebody redoes it. That's like one of the biggest hustles out there is old cars. There's getting it done, there's cosmetics, and there's doing shit right. And a lot of those damn people claim to do it right, and they did cosmetic shit, and they're trying to upsell it to you. But it looks pretty.
Oh no, he had all the paperwork. He was the original owner, bought it.
That's what everybody says. That's what they do. I mean, that's why there's inspections like Barrett Jackson. That's one of the big ones. You're not getting my Honda through there. It's Patriot saying, but there's a reason for that because it's got to be genuine. It's almost like a painting. Like, the stitching's got to match. The buttons on the whatever got to match. Everything's got to be year appropriate and stuff. But these guys are freaking con artists that hack these cars up, put them together. And then the next thing you know, you find out you got screwed. So you got to be. Sometimes they don't even drive down the road straight because they were pieced back together and shit. They look good, but just because it looks good or somebody's got a garage or shop, that don't mean shit. Always get another opinion, especially if you don't know.
There's no danger of your Honda ever being in Barrett Jackson.
Don't be a sucker.
223 DMR says, was the bike laying where the kid broke his neck?
No, it was actually right out front of the house, though. So
down the street from where he broke his neck.
Yeah, I guess it was in the backyard or something. So I mean, it's a sad story or whatever, but shit happens. That's somebody walked outside and slipped and busted their neck going down the stairs too. So sad deal. But yeah, I don't know. Wish I could have got the bike though, because the bike looked fine. Like pretty much, like better than most of the other bikes I've owned. So.
You're welcome, Hobbies Hobo. I just threw a link out to his channel and AAF.
Yeah, Rob doesn't trust anybody, including himself.
What were you saying there, Chris?
Oh, I was just thinking Hobbies Hobo. I threw a link to his channel out there, and I threw a link out for AAF. I think I got about everybody now. If I forgot anybody, just comment, and I'll get you out there.
I'm pretty sure Bald and Curious is saying, you forgot me, you forgot me.
No, I just did his.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Val will still say you forgot him.
He's always going to give me shit about something.
Oh, Val's Val. He's like the typical New Yorker. What do you expect?
I was going back through there. Somebody put on what a Porsche just went for. It was a 2015 918 Spyder, just sold for $1,650,000. 223 DMR put that up.
Man. Isn't that the one that Paul Walker got killed in? Is that the one I'm thinking of? That's that super, like even race car drivers don't like to drive it. Or no, the 19 Spyder. I think that's I think it's a gas electric. I think it's a hybrid maybe. Super quick.
There you go. There you go, Rob. There's somebody you could go shooting with. He's another Yorker. AAF.
Yeah, how we always talk about how you get unsubscribed to channels. I used to watch every video AAF put up, and then I was on. He was over. I woke up in the middle of the night last night, couldn't sleep. Came here in my office, and I got on Santy's chat, and he was on there, and I went over, and sure enough, I was unsubscribed to his channel because I used to watch his videos all the time. But I'm resubscribed now, but
It does happen a lot. I got unsubscribed from Will and Well Armed and
Yeah.
and Boomstick 779, and I watch those guys all the time.
Oh,
Does this AAA guy live right outside the city or in the city?
nope. He's the AAF,
Okay.
African Ammo and Firearm. He says, I live in Texas now, so you're screwed.
Yeah, I knew he was in Texas now. Yeah, because I think I found AAF through Smash Time. That was how I found him originally when I subscribed to his channel. They'd always be doing those ammo hunts. And that was how I found his channel.
Somebody should look up what that 68 Bronco was brand new in 68. 230,000. I'm betting that's a whole lot more.
That
Yeah,
Bronco was
restored
probably
like
$2,300.
International Harvesters and Broncos and Blazers, any of those original ones, and then also ones from the 80s now too are starting to break the bank. You know, they were $3,000 or $4,000, 5,000 when we were kids when they were used. Now they're going for just crazy amounts of money, 40, 50,000.
So, did anyone watch when they rolled O.J. Simpson's white Ford Bronco across the auction block?
Did they really? They had it?
Yeah, they sold it.
Oh, was that this time around this season?
$2,851, Rob, is what they sold for originally in 68.
Wow. And it's 230,000+ now.
Well, adjusted for
God
inflation, that's about 8 or 10,000. So
man, that would have been nice to have a garage full of those, huh? My goodness.
And the 918 Spyder is a limited production mid-engine plug-in hybrid sports car. 4.6 liter V8, 599 horse.
And it probably retails for $135,000.
Now you said that Bronco was 2,000 new, 2,000 and change.
2,851 is what it sold for in 68.
Okay. And that's 68. Now, does that dollar amount, does that inflation line up to what people make today, your normal wage?
No.
I wouldn't think so either, but I know people want to argue that, so I'm just throwing that out there. So with that being said, right now the average vehicle they say is $40,000. Does that seem affordable to you guys for your average grocery getter?
Nope.
Me either. So I don't know. I know like there's the 1%ers. It's like, oh, that ain't my golf cart costs more than that. But 40 grand is a lot of damn money for something that's gonna be shit that they're expecting to be in a scrapyard within 7 years. You know what I mean?
Gonna on a 6-year loan, you're looking at about $450 a month on that because my car was 26. No, my car was 20 after trade-in, and I paid $318 a month, I think, for 4 or 5 years. So just to show you what a $40,000, you're looking at $600 a month on a $40,000 car. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of cars you can buy out there. I think the new Ford Mavericks are coming out there, $21,500 for one of those, the Maverick trucks.
Yeah, but back in the day, the Maverick was a car. It was not a damn truck.
There's a lot of cars that get renamed over time. Dodge has done that with a lot of their vehicles too. Yeah.
GM's done it.
Like the new Ford Mustang
Mach-E.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Mustang Mach-E.
Yeah.
You'd have a hard-pressed time finding a used Honda for $2,000 right now.
I can get one for $600.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just stating, you know what I mean? As far as the market is, that's just still kind of mind-blowing. Brand new 4-wheel drive vehicle for $2,000 and change.
First of all, that new Ford Maverick truck is front-wheel drive.
Yeah, I'm talking about the 68 back in the day.
Yeah. Well, you can get the all-wheel drive is only $1,500, I think, and then you get the EcoBoost all-wheel drive Maverick for $25,000, which is a pretty capable vehicle with a lot of standard equipment. I'm just saying that's pretty for what you're getting. That's a pretty good package overall. I mean, You can get into a Santa Cruz for like 23, 24 to start off. There's smaller cars you can get to. Like you can get the Hyundai Venue. I think is it called the Venue? I think so. Those are like 17,500 to start off, and a lot of them have a lot of entry level features on them that you can get by with a base model and be happy, you know. But yeah, that front. I was watching the front wheel drive EcoBoost Maverick, which is 23 grand. It goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds, I think. I mean, that's like muscle car, you know, numbers from 20 years ago, you know.
So, Travis,
Yo,
do you remember what you gave away for your 1,000 subscriber giveaway?
1,000?
Yeah, 1,000.
1,000 was. I'm gonna guess it was it the Crimson Trace Red Dot?
I don't remember. I was hoping you would know.
Dude, I've done so many giveaways. I did a 1,000, a 5,000, a 10, a 25, a 40. So I'd have to go back and look.
He gave out a Corvette for his 1,000 subscriber one.
Probably, yeah.
Treetop Outdoors just gave away a bolt action rifle.
Yeah.
For his 1,000 subscriber giveaway.
Oh, nice.
So you trying to shame the guy or something?
Yeah, we did a Ruger Wrangler for, I don't remember what number that was, maybe 15 or 20,000 or something. Then for 40, we did the Zombie Edition Ivor Johnson 1911. Now that was SS Bond donated that one.
And you got so much crap for that?
Well, look, if somebody doesn't want a free 1911, that's their own problem, I guess. I don't. Yeah, I mean, you can't give stuff away without people complaining, right?
No kidding. If they didn't like the way they look, they got a thing called Cerakote, right?
Oh, I know. You could Cerakote the slide again. It had a zombie, kind of cool zombie pattern Cerakoted on. I think if you put like black grips on it or wood grips, it would have looked a little bit cooler than having the neon green ones. But I am planning on giving away an AR if I get to 50,000 subscribers. I've got a brand new PSA mid-length 16-inch that is sitting in the gun safe that hasn't been used yet.
Well,
and it's got all the Magpul stuff on it. It's got a sling ready to go, and I was going to give that one away if I hit 50.
That all depends upon how the ATF decides to redefine the upper and lower receiver.
Yeah, I know. Or if I'm even allowed to do giveaways at that point. So
put Treetop's post up there, G. We're going to hold him to this now.
Oh, you better damn well believe we are.
Oh my God. Is that just a single bullet or what? Is that?
He says he's going to do a 50 cal Barrett for 10K.
10,000 subs. That's about a what, a $6,000 gun, $6,000 to $10,000 gun, depending on how you. $12,000 rifle. Is that what those cost?
Well,
he didn't say it wasn't going to be 3D printed.
I don't know what the cheapest 50 is you can get right now.
There's the Armalite.
If it's a Barrett,
that's pretty cheap.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Barrett. By him saying Barrett, that you're talking that's a minimum $8,000 rifle, and now if he's talking about putting an optic on there, now you're looking $10,000 to $13,000 minimum.
So you can get an Armalite.
They'll have to put an optic on it. They'll bitch about not getting an optic with their free 50 cal.
Slap a 6-hour Romeo 5 on the top of there and tell them to shut up. You can get Armalite. You can get an Armalite AR-50 for $3,985, and that's a bolt action 50 cal, 50 BMG.
How much does the one cost that the one that Kentucky Ballistics blew up? What?
Oh, that was semi-auto, right?
No,
that's that one. It's got the cap that screws in the back
or
like whatever.
A breech loader.
Yeah, it was
I
thought those were like 2,500 or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think they're that cheaper. Much.
They're like $1,500.
Is it the Cerebou? Is that the company?
That's it, right there.
Cerebou. I just looked it up right now. I $1,599, so about the price of my Daniel Defense AR. Yeah.
Nope, Treetop, no turning back now. We already.
Of course, your face is in alignment with the back of that shell, and you've got a nice hammer just sitting there. I don't know if I'd risk it, to be honest with you.
No way.
Looks like a glorified.
AAF said he gave away 5,000 when he had his 5,000 giveaway. He did $2,000 in ammo. That'd be nice.
Over $2,000 in ammo.
Yeah.
Jeez. And then you got.
Well, I mean, some of us were married back then and had a mortgage payment. Otherwise, we would. So, yeah.
Should have given away the wife.
Yeah, here, take the keys to my ex. Yeah.
You're sitting at about 43,000 subs now, aren't you, Travis?
Yeah. It'll probably take me a year at this point to get to 50 if I don't cheat. So, yeah.
So, is anyone else paying attention to Ottawa, Canada?
Watched a few videos on it.
It is a friggin' parking lot. All those semi-truckers are flying in there, and they've pretty much shut down the entire Ottawa with all the semis that are in there for the Freedom Convoy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I watched a little video on it not long before I got on here, and I was like, wow. And they were saying that there were still trucks inbound, that, they weren't even all there.
You cut off those Canadian supply ketchup chips, man, they'll start complying.
Well, a lot of those trucks also are the ones that drop down into U.S. also.
Yeah.
So, it's going to hurt, U.S. commerce also. So
I think it's like 10,000 the last I heard the number came up, from the U.S. through. Apparently there was an issue at the border and it was a backup. And so they say the people just kind of bulldozed through the border. So I don't know if that's true or not, because that's definitely going to be a problem when you try to come back through. But
I doubt they bulldoze through.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's there's a lot of articles and things going back around, but
Think
that's
about that.
what I heard from somewhere.
Think about that. That's 10,000 truckers up there. Canada ain't got a population of about 70 million. That's a big chunk of their drivers.
Yeah.
Treetop Outdoors says they're going to DC next.
I don't know.
Oh God, it'll be another insurrection.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
There goes those leveling allegations.
Oh, they're trying to kill him with the diesel fumes. Oh my God.
Yeah, they took Trudeau and his family and hid him somewhere.
Huh.
You're kidding me, right? They actually put him in protective hiding or whatever?
Yeah, he's hidden.
Yeah.
It would be hard to find a spot to put him up in freaking Canada. I mean, you've got hundreds of thousands of square miles of nobody around,
Well, this thing's a lot bigger than probably most people know, and I think that's intentional. Almost comparable to January 6th. They tell you what they want you to know, if anything at all. But people are lighting bonfires on the highways. I mean, it isn't just there; it's all the way to there. It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, they were showing one guy. He was showing like 5 miles outside of Ottawa. They were still backed up on the freeways, trying to get in. It was bumper to bumper traffic going really slow, trying to get into Ottawa.
I mean, think about it for a minute. You got the UK just ended all their mandates. Joe Biden's got all his.
What did you say, woman?
The convoy itself is 40 miles long.
Okay, the wife says the convoy itself is 40 miles long.
Man.
So, Treetop says Trudeau is at Camp Maple in hiding. Rob's wife says, I heard 50,000 trucks en route total. There are 8 legs to the convoy, and one took almost 2 hours to drive by.
You know where you see the craziest footage, like, because obviously the media is not showing you that much about this whole thing going on up there. But like you get on, and I hate to say this, but like you get on TikTok, and I mean there is just video after video of what's going on up there.
On YouTube, there's a bunch of them also.
Yeah.
I just stumbled across one, and I was like, it was called, they had it labeled, Truckers Take Over Ottawa. I'm like, what do you mean there's no way there's truckers taking over. So then I started watching it, and they were explaining what was going on, and you just started watching all this stuff going. I'm like, wow.
I'm kind of shocked Slingshot doesn't have an opinion on this, or we didn't hear anything from him, unless he has been saying something. So, not necessarily, aside or just the fact that it's going on. I mean, has he been asked or questioned, or, he's our trucker. He's supposed to keep us in the loop, damn it.
Single shot?
Yeah.
He didn't mention anything this morning, so I guess it didn't really come up in conversation, but he drives up in that area. Well, he's up in the Northeast, so I don't know how close he gets to the border, but he probably has some insight onto it. Now, this all started from vaccine mandates, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the mask mandate.
Yeah.
And all that. Yep. They're calling for freedom, just like what, ended up happening in Great Britain and in France, where everyone just started going up on the Capitol and just pretty much taking over and demanding freedom. But yeah, I mean, something's got to be done about, the government's trying to become dictatorship over everybody, across the world. So it is the responsible, action of us individuals to tell our government what we truly feel, and that we're tired of this bull crap.
Remove them.
Yep, absolutely. I guess Artak didn't agree with you there, Rob. He's like, I'm out of here.
Oh, he probably had to go change a tire on a Ford or something. Yeah, you heard the little one freaking out in the background earlier. He's probably got his hands full over there.
Could quite be. So, the Misfits Darling says people, not trucks, are starting to show up at border crossings all along the northern border on both sides to protest.
Dude, even in the middle of winter too, that's pretty ballsy.
Right?
Yeah. And it's cold here. So, I'm just thinking hours north, man,
oh yeah,
that's commendable, let me tell you. It was
right now,
negative 11 this morning. Sorry.
Up in Winnipeg, it's 9 degrees right now. So yeah, gonna be 3 below this evening. Cool. Wednesday up in Winnipeg, their high is gonna be -8. With a low.
From what I heard, that's why they're lighting fires right on the side of highways, because they're all in traffic jams. So every so often they got, I don't know, drag stuff off the side of the road or what, but they're lighting up like bonfires and hanging out until they can move up, from what I heard. I don't know, actually the lady was telling me that. So since she's out there, she could donate that information where she got that if anybody's interested. But
some of the videos I saw, they had, like the overpasses and off ramps. There was people They were just lined up across, holding the Canadian flags, holding the U.S. flags, going into Ottawa, and yeah, they were just out there. They had a big old bonfire going, probably to help keep them warm. Because they're trying to
I'd assume so.
help. They're holding signs and everything. Trying to get our freedom. Or their freedom in Canada. She said, the Misfits says it was minus 35 this morning there. Holy crap.
Yeah, we got down to 26 below zero last year about this time here in Lincoln. And that was unreal. I mean, you like start to physically hurt after like 15 minutes. Like it sinks through your clothing. You can't stay warm with just normal layers of winter clothing and a coat. It's unreal how cold that is. Like your face. Oh my God. I couldn't imagine.
Especially if you're just standing still.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I take the dog out for a walk. If there's any kind of a wind, that multiplies. It makes it even more miserable. So yeah, you got to have some source of heat if you want to stay alive.
And standing still is just not good and cold like that. At least from my experience. All the gear in the world, but if you're just sitting out there, eventually it gets through. I've never had any of those fancy ones that are heated clothing like that or anything, but without activity, standing around holding a sign, it's probably a bit colder than if you were, hiking at home or something like that. So it's dedication, hardship. And yet all you guys are too damn chicken to go to DC again. Jeez.
They won't let me carry, so I can't go.
Don't be scared.
I ain't scared. I have $2. The government doesn't scare me.
Are they calling for a second rally or another rally this year or what? I thought that had already happened.
I'm not sure. I just mean in general, a lot of people. Well, there's been a couple. There was a freedom rally just recently, not long ago, actually. The same thing they're doing there in Canada, except it was towards the mandates and wasn't in vehicles, but it wasn't very big, unfortunately, and there wasn't really any coverage of it unless you were looking for it. But no, just in the community, a lot of people that I've noticed are still, actually there was people that did a rally regarding the fact that, on the 6th, there's people still being held on what should be considered maybe trespassing charges. There was nowhere near the turnout that I think probably should have been or could have been. But same thing. It's just people seem scared because of the optics, because they're going to change the optics and make it look bad, so nobody wants to do anything anymore. So, which hopefully doesn't turn out to be the case, because in my opinion, it doesn't matter what we're doing. They're our enemy. They're going to make up lies like they already do. So optics they're always going to, we're always the enemies. It doesn't matter what we do. So we might as well go and be heard and be seen, because
families
every time
you're not hearing about that from people that are still in jail. All those families that lost their houses now because their spouse can't work. I mean, it's seriously, I guarantee it ruined everybody's life that's in jail, unless they had the financial backing or support to pay their bills while they're in lockup or while they're being processed for a year. How long can they hold you before they officially? Are they just claiming that they're holding them because their trial date hasn't arrived, or what's their justification for keeping them?
I'm not 100% sure, but unless you're like a terrorist, I mean,
that's what they're calling it.
Seems kind of crooked at this point.
But
that's not a terrorist act. What these people did, they're
holding them under domestic terrorism because they're saying that the insurrection was a terrorist act upon the United States government. So they are holding them indefinitely.
It's crazy, man.
Did I ever tell you about the story that the guy that lives here where I do when he got arrested back in May? So he went up there, and I don't know if he was inside the Capitol or not, but he was up there, and the FBI come to the site I was working at, and they wanted to use the parking lot. So I okayed it. And then they said, we're going to go get one of the guys. Well, one of the FBI agents there, I happen to know he was local. Well, he was a local sheriff's deputy. And they went and picked this guy up, and they got him. I was like, man, the guy's in his underwear. So did you just wake him up or something? And the deputy told me, he said, it's pretty funny because when they knocked on the door, he opened the door up and they identified themselves as the FBI. And he said, what the hell took you so long? He's back home now. They had a whole thing down in Chattanooga about him. And, of course, Chattanooga can't keep their nose out of our business because, if something happens where I live at, it's like big news. But, they shoot each other all the time in Chattanooga. So, Big Rock, they don't talk about the gang violence going on between Nashville and Atlanta fighting over who's going to control Chattanooga. But, yeah, the guy gets picked up and released 3 weeks later, and they've ran it for like 2 weeks down there, like that's a big thing or something. But I thought that was probably the best statement I've ever heard from anybody getting arrested was, what the hell took you so long?
Hey, G, I'm sorry I had to step away there for a minute. I had an emergency phone call.
That's all right. Life happens.
Oh, I got a lady who's in hospice, and her nurse was calling. I put her a battery backup sump pump in years ago, and I guess the battery went bad, and they didn't know how to shut the alarm off. It was driving them nuts. So I think I got them through it over the phone till tomorrow.
That last Sunday night, I think it was, the wife's oxygen machine started tripping alarms like every friggin' 15, 20 minutes. Thing would just start screaming and making noise. So I ended up having to shut that off and switch over to portable oxygen, and it was a pain in the ass to fucking make it through the night till I could get to have them fix that thing.
Told you not to smoke that shit in the house.
Yeah, once you listen to your daddy once in a while.
You daddy Rob.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, these people, they drive you nuts because I put that thing in like 11 years ago, and I told her, I said, you got to change that battery every change it every 5 years. So now they're calling you on a Saturday night 11 years later. Well, I don't know why the battery isn't working.
You're married to it now.
Mm-hmm.
I had a call just recently, similar, not that similar, but a vehicle I worked on, and I got a battery for him. And then they ended up leaving. They drove it for a while, whatever, got a different vehicle, and the thing sat for like 2 years and the battery's dead. So they called me up hoping I can go try to return it for another one. I'm like, I don't know where the hell I bought that. It's probably under your name. I'm like, yeah, well, I buy a lot of batteries, like I don't know. You're not supposed to just leave them sitting there for a couple of years like that.
You just got to say, hey, Rob doesn't live here anymore. I don't know who he moved to, so this is a different.
Sorry, wrong number.
Phone. Wrong number. Yeah, sorry, man. I don't know who you're asking about.
We had a guy come in. Had a guy come in yesterday. He was wanting a single brake pad for his car.
Come on, how cheap are you?
I mean, the first thing I thought was, wow, this guy could be
junkyard.
I think this guy could be related to Rob, right? That's the first thing I thought.
No, dude, I don't do that. Even tie rod shit, even ball joints, I change them all. There's no point in chasing parts in your front end.
And then I said, no, we sell them in a set, right? And he says, okay, well, how much is 2 of them then? I was like, no, you don't understand. It's a set of 4. And he said, well, how much is the cheap ones? I was like, they're $34.99.
Never buy the cheap ones.
Oh, he let. Well, yeah. Well, I said first, before he walked out the door, because that was too much money. I was like, so
Wow.
I was like, how did you lose a brake pad? And he said, I don't know. I said, did it fall out? Was you driving? Yeah. And then he showed me a picture. I said, well, you just don't need a brake pad, buddy. You need
You need rotors
and a caliper, because the caliper was grinding into the rotor. I was like, no, you need CPR.
Well, if a set of brake pads is too much, how the hell did he even get the car to begin with?
I don't even know how the hell he got there to begin with. I'll tell you that. And then I went back there and I had to go, you know how Angry Cop has got Basement Jesus. So I had to go to the back of the parts department there on the aisle there at the end cap and pray a little bit to Parts Store Jesus and Mary, because, dude, I need it. I had my fill of retarded people that day.
Well, you gave us an excuse to tell people something. All right, you probably know. People in mechanics or dealt with that should know. Cheap brake pads are referred to as the mechanic specials. So if you take your shop to the normal place or your guy around the corner or whatever, and he's going to hook you up, usually they get the mechanic special, which are the cheapest freaking pads going. Like, cheapest garbage. I've seen them where I've gotten 2 sets in a row that were cracked out of the box. So don't buy that cheap shit. Like, like they charge the dealers or the shop like $12 for them. I'm telling you, you know what I mean? Like, don't do it. Like, at least mid-grade, you know, don't. Never the cheapest, unless it's your mother-in-law that you can't stand or something. Don't do it.
Right. The other guy called on phone. He said, how long is my limited lifetime warranty? I said, well, it's your lifetime warranty on anything that we sell is basically against defect, and you get 1 replacement. And I was like, so now if your brake pads are wore out, that's not a defect. You just wore them out. And he says, well, how's that lifetime work? I said, the braking material, the asbestos, or well, they don't have asbestos anymore, but the ceramic material or the semi-metallic material fall off the brake pad, because that stuff is glued on. And he's like, no, they just wore out. I said, okay, then no, they're a wearable item.
And that's why it's called a limited. It's not just, hey, this is a lifetime warranty.
Yeah.
It's a limited. It limits the ability of what you can claim for a lifetime warranty.
Well, hey, man, I don't know. When you're cool, you get deals. I'll just admit it myself. Just recently, my pad might have been lower than it's ever been in my lifetime. And I might have just toasted a set of rotors that I just put on my last swap around change. It could have happened. And then when I took my pads down to the store, I went to go buy new ones. The lady at the counter told me to bring my old ones back. She just warranted them.
A little wink, wink.
Yeah, she ain't really supposed to do it, but she thinks it should be like lifetime. So I'm not going to argue with the girl. And let me tell you, I've been getting over pretty good over there lately.
Warranty on your maxi pad?
Yeah.
She tried to give me a caliper for the wrong side the other day. That's customer service.
She just wanted to come back.
Are you doing a little extra for her? I mean,
no,
yeah,
it's not like that. No,
a little wink, wink, little hand combat back there.
I mean, we need to know the entire story.
That was it.
We don't need to know the edited version because you think your woman's in the crowd listening because
she might.
That may or may or not be true.
My lady knows the story, and shit, it's not. Yeah, she knows.
You just shut up right now while you can.
Good night, Walter.
Look, I've gotten cookies places. I've gotten free coffees. She doesn't complain.
Have a good night, Walter.
Well, tell us what he told you.
There you go. She says, I know what he told me. So even she doesn't believe the entire story.
Exactly.
That is the story. Shit.
Police discount parking. Oh. Is that how you've been getting out your tickets, Rob? You've been going behind the police car?
Man.
She's telling on you. Look, just look at the way she wrote that. It's creaming.
I can't see it. I'll go find her, though. She's starting shit again.
I mean, it literally, the way she wrote it says that you're hiding, you're holding out on it. Maybe she needs to tell us.
Everyone thinks Rob's a cop.
Oh, do you get you a fake Magnum PI badge and shit? Flashing it?
I don't know what it is, but yeah, I get the discounts here and there. I never say anything because that'd be a crime. But it's weird though. I don't understand what it is, but I'm told I have an aura about me, and it makes some people nervous. So I don't know. I can't speak for other people's opinions or justifications.
Travis is like, what the hell did I get myself into?
Oh, he even heard the story about the guys in the bathtub yet.
Yeah, that's a
Anywho.
That's a worn out story.
Oh, come on. How can that can never be worn out? There's so many levels that is hilarious on for years to come. I mean, you just got to twist it a little bit every once in a while.
So when's Travis going to be clubbing?
Deflection. So why do people think you're a cop, Rob? Don't be
I don't know,
on Travis.
I don't have my pants around my ass, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. if you're my complexion and you own a firearm, you have to be a cop in New York State. I guess that's what people would lead you to believe. I don't know.
Wait a minute. She says you all have no idea how funny that was. What? Did she catch you with your pants around your ass?
Not without her. No.
Rob's going to be in so much trouble here in about 30 seconds, especially when she finds out he's stealing the strawberries again.
Oh, really? Oh, come on, Rob. The strawberries.
Just for the record, I do not work for any police department or government agency at this time. So I am still pending a discharge, but that's not from any police organization. So I'm not on the take.
So you are still government property?
Technically, debatably.
Reserve service years?
No, I was supposed to technically be discharged in 14, and they're just not giving it to me.
Wait a minute, they haven't discharged you yet?
No, exactly, yeah. I've got my
you?
ready enlistment papers, all types of other shit I've gotten, but I've kind of been through the story before, so you don't want to beat it to death. But basically, I'm still kind of in the wind. I've had two senators or congressmen try to do it. I put in, formal paperwork years ago. They don't even answer the phone for me. So
that's because they still own you.
Well, they owe me some money. But I don't know. There's, again, it's nothing I can really get into until hopefully something finally gets settled. So, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen, because from what I hear, I'm not the only one. And I'll just.
Yep. But it's the way they can make sure that they can keep you silent on lots of topics.
Possibly. I don't know. But I know it's kind of shitty.
You're not the only one I know like that. Buddy of mine now, they still won't give him his. When him and his wife got married, they hadn't gave her a spousal card yet, and it's been over a year. And when he re-enlisted, they didn't give his re-enlistment bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's like almost going on 2 years now.
So, Mr. Chris,
Yep.
the midget wrestling that you were going to go to last night,
That
you skipped out because you were afraid that somebody was going to tag you in as a partner.
That probably would have been my luck. That would have happened. No, I didn't end up going.
I'm telling you, we needed video of that, you being tagged in to a midget wrestling event. That would have been friggin' hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to go in the first place, but I didn't want to disappoint my sister and her boyfriend, but I wasn't going down there. If it had been in Marion, if it had been here in town, I would have went, but I didn't want to drive to Delaware.
Holy crap. That would have been what, a 3-hour drive for you?
No, it was like 30 minutes.
Oh. I was thinking the state.
Oh.
I forget, there's towns called state names.
Yeah. No, it's just one county away.
Travis P11, he would have been like, midget wrestling? I'm game.
Oh yeah, I'd be down. Yeah, heck yeah, I'd be like double teaming them and stuff. Yeah,
I probably should have went.
Well, if you're
Kind of hard not to go see. I mean, not to sound disrespectful, but if there's a sight to see, I mean, yeah, just for curiosity, sounds interesting.
Oh, it's funny as hell. And my question is, if you're actually double teaming them, does that count if you're like twice as tall?
yeah,
Does
you'd
that
have to
mean
take
you're
on
double
two
team?
by yourself. So because you're
Right.
a lot more leverage when you're full size man.
Right.
Yeah.
And they can hit below the belt, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well,
Or
it
they
wouldn't
kill
be-
you. I've seen
Oh,
Game
they
of
hit
Thrones
below the
before.
knee,
It's
more
some
like
crazy
it.
work.
All right, because it seems like it. I don't know,
Hey,
kind of fair or something.
it'd be fair if you had like a battle royal. That way, you just pick one of them up and knock the shit out of the rest of them with that one.
Okay.
Good times.
Hey, no disrespect to the vertically challenged now.
This almost
Rob,
reminds
you
me
make me sound. Go ahead.
of the time Rob said it was okay to. Never mind. Nope. Not going to bring up that.
Out of context, but yep.
Oh, I don't even remember how that went off. That you made that statement.
Well, if you want to bring it up, I can clarify myself. But yeah, I don't know if you want to go back there. It was dead and gone, so thanks a lot, bud.
That's up to you. If you want to talk about.
No, ask the audience if they want to hear this bullshit. Because if they don't want to hear it, let's save them the trouble.
Oh, let's hear it. I'm always down for story time with Rob.
Your woman seems to want to know what we're talking about.
Midget wrestling.
No,
She don't count.
I caught that.
it was definitely on one of the Saturday evening chats a while ago, and
Yay or nay from the audience?
I haven't heard the story, so I'll listen.
All right, quick version. I believe. Hopefully, I'm not ratting on myself or something. What story are you talking about? Just to be clear.
The wheelchair.
Yeah, the wheelchair story.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, it was kind of taken out of context. It was a thing about Jaeger's class and this and that, and somebody getting tossed out of a wheelchair, and defend yourself, and blah blah blah. And I was stating like, holy crap, you can get paid for throwing somebody out of a wheelchair. Like, I know it makes me sound like a dick. And in the wrong context, I'm sure it does, but I do agree in a sense. Now, not everybody, and obviously you should know what you're getting into, but I can see a place for a level of class like that where you actually break somebody out of their shell. You're not in your comfort. You've been victimized. Respond. So that's all I'm saying, because everybody's got the perfect plan, but plans go to shit. Like, as they say, as soon as you get punched in the face. So starting from a disadvantage isn't a bad idea. So that's all I'm saying. And it could be the same thing in crutches or whatever, or you got a bad hit. Could easily get pushed over, get into defense. You know what I mean? Instead of curling up like a ball. So I mean that as an educational, not just I'm going to run up and tip your grandfather out of a chair and feel good about it. That's not me. No. Like, honestly, that's one of the things I'd probably end up in jail for if I seen somebody just randomly run up to somebody like that. I got issues with stuff like that. So no.
The easiest way to explain that would have been that you advocate for the disabled to fight back when they get
put
out of their device.
Pretty much, yes. And I've grown up with a friend, and now I'm going to sound even worse because I try not to see him any different. But a lot of his family has, cerebral palsy.
Yeah.
They use like the little crutch cane things and stuff. But if they fall, you try to give them a hand, they're going to chew you out. Like, they don't want your help. They don't want your sympathy. They will bust their ass 5 times carrying the leaves of the front yard. They'll cut their own grass. They'll use a damn weed whacker. They'll do more than the average lazy American will do with pride. So, people always feel sad, but in some cases, that's not what these people are looking for. So they might be looking for that asshole to drop them on their ass and teach them how to fight. So, but you should know that going in. You don't want to be, unsuspectedly going to a level of class like that. But yeah, basically what you said, fight, man. I don't care what you are. Fight who you are,
So
but
my next question is,
everybody's not ready for that, though. They see it as cruel, or, how could you do that? And that's how it's taken out of context.
So did Jaeger actually do that?
I don't know. I was told somebody in a class did that to somebody there. So, which, I would think they had an understanding of what was happening there. If not, then yeah, I could probably see that being a problem. But
I could actually see him doing that.
come on, ball. Chair don't make good cover. You know that. Be lucky to get some concealment out of a chair.
Well, if you got the guy stuck in there still, maybe you'll get a little bit more.
So yeah, that was a dreaded story. That was probably taken out of context. And I did lose a couple subs that day. And I know I got a couple subs that are in wheelchairs, or had some. So hopefully it wasn't taken wrong. So. Yeah. Chris, he cut his camera, man. It wasn't personal. It's actually a positive thing. I wouldn't, but anyway, I've said enough. So, yeah. Long and short, I've known disabled people that work harder at being normal than regular people, and they don't want any help or any of your bullshit or sympathy for it. So,
so then those are the type of people that you would throw out a chair then?
Damn straight, and they'd thank you for it. They'd pay you for it, probably. Well, they'd probably kick your ass too. So don't let them get their hands on you. I tell you, those guys got arms like freaking Popeye.
Got Kung Fu grip.
Oh,
Seriously, you compensate, all your movements through just 2 limbs instead of 4, and see what happens.
I've been over here on the other computer skimming through Travis's content. I'm gonna really like his channel.
Welcome to the Travi.
I was just watching your video on cleaning that PCC. You pretty much do the exact same thing I do with mine.
Yeah, it's not. I debated whether or not if I was even going to take the handguard off, but I figured, well, somebody might want to clean it off the first time. So, yeah.
Yeah. I don't normally take mine off very often, but
yeah.
I've gotten really good at tearing that thing down. I do it quick. I shoot one in competition, so every time I get back from a match, I tear it down.
Yeah, getting that bolt out the first time. I hate anything that's got has a guide rod with a spring that you got to like lift up and out. You're always worried about bending it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the one that's the probably the toughest one, like the one that's the biggest pain, is the Rossi RS22 semi-auto. That thing is just it's a bear to take apart and reassemble. It sucks.
Yeah,
I've never messed with it. You have to like finagle. You have to have 4 hands to put that thing back together. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'll take the only thing I do on my PCC is after about 3 matches, I take the firing pin setup out of it too.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't usually take it past what the manual says, but you can. Like, there's some good bolt disassembly videos you can watch, and you kind of worry about somebody maybe making a mistake or something, and then asking you how to put something back together. And if the bolt's okay, doesn't require any maintenance, I don't usually bother with it. But yeah,
I hate that. The 2 pin system they got though. Man, I dropped on them on the floor one day, and man, I didn't think I was going to find it.
Yeah, and the bolt that's up there by the extractor.
Yeah.
That's that little tiny thing that pops. I had that. I actually dropped the bolt like a couple inches and it popped out. I was like, "What the hell?" So I had to put it back in. But have you seen the Magpul stock for it that they sell for the the takedown stock that locks together?
Yeah, that's pretty
sweet,
cool.
Man. Yeah,
I've actually thought about buying another one just to have that stock, because I got mine in the tandem cross chassis.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, they got some neat, like the all metal handguard versions of it. It's a cool, man. When you hold that thing, like, it feels like a pretty substantial firearm for what you pay for it.
It's
like, you spend $600 on a little handgun, but you get a nice full size carbine for $599 or less. And it really feels like you're getting money's worth when you buy one of those.
Yeah, I love mine. I've got I don't know. I probably got to say close to 20,000 rounds through mine now. I've shot probably 40 matches with it.
You know what? I'm surprised that there hasn't been somebody that hasn't popped up, unless Ruger won't let them do it, but other people that have like 3D printed a magazine adapter for M&P mags or like Beretta mags.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, it's got the Glock insert. I don't know why they don't do it for others too.
I don't know. It's just odd, unless there's some reason they can't. I don't think it's like a magazine angle feed thing or anything like that. But I figured somebody would already fill that niche by now, just because. But you might not be able to, because if you have to build it to a certain spec to fit in the gun, it's going to copy the Ruger piece.
Yeah, and that's like, because like Kel-Tec's got they've pretty much got every mag adapter out now for the sub 2000. I think.
I was wondering
Beretta mags and M&P and.
Yeah,
so got Ruger carbines and the Ruger 9s or whatever they are, PC chargers. They fit very well on the display stands.
There you go.
Make me,
just letting you know. They come with the wall hook, and you can display it on your desk, or you could pop it on your wall like that one over there, kind of. But
RNLDisplays.com, baby.
Yeah. Remember, you got to respect your firearms. You don't want them to get violent.
I'm going to start putting that saying up, that slogan that I use all the time, with the more refined way to display your AR.
Well, I didn't want you to sue me, but the boss
No, you
just
can
heard
have
it,
it,
so
dude. I
she
gift
might
it
steal
to
it.
you, Rob. Let's make it official right now. You can have
Okay,
it.
cool.
Just at some point, just
Cool.
let everybody know that I created it, and that's it. That's all I asked for. So,
Didn't you come up with the whole gun furniture thing too?
yeah, fine furniture for your AR.
I use that at Rod of Iron, and
There you
it
go.
did
It's
work.
fine furniture
So
for your
yeah.
AR-15. I'm telling you, it's you buy it for yourself. Doesn't your gun deserve the same?
There you
She's
go.
over there. She's over in the side chat plugging your channel, Rob. You're gonna have to tell her I just bought one, but I might have to buy one for my Ruger now.
Well, there is discount codes out there, so.
All right, so Rob, here's what I want you to do, and I'm not telling you how to run your business. All you have to do, go get the specs online for an AR mag and make an AR mag out of wood and just sell the wood, just sell the mag by itself. Because everybody that I know that has an AR out here has an AK. You would sell those mags like crazy, especially if you could use the same hardware. So just sell the mag. Like just make the mag. I can't do woodworking, otherwise I'd make my own.
Hey, Walter's here.
Just a wooden mag?
Well, yeah, AK, like an AK, one that'll fit in an AK mag well.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you could get
that's
the,
for
you
like
wouldn't
a
have to have an AK to do it.
1522 or something. But
Yeah, you could get the specs online for exactly what shape it has to be, and then just hand carve one or cut one out.
well, thanks to my buddy Squib, I've got a pattern and whatnot, so I'm pretty much set to go. And as a matter of fact, there's a block of wood down in the vise with everything traced out and ready to go. I just haven't started on it. So that's probably me slacking. So, but I do plan on getting the AK thing out shortly, and probably try to do a stain to match like the Romanian. I might do a couple different styles, but I have a Romanian sample piece to try to match for,
Cool.
Hopefully the base and stuff will kind of match furniture somewhat. So obviously there's a bunch of different styles, but
if you could make it look like Bakelite, they'd go crazy.
Oh yeah.
Man.
Bakelite.
I want a Bakelite one.
Yep.
So you can do multiple colors. You
I'll
can
see what I
replace
can
Sky
do.
Pistols. You can replace Sky Pistols with something that actually works in all these different colors and flavors. Yeah, I'm telling you.
So we've got Walter Bunning out in the crowd. Ozzy has joined us, and Squibload is out there. So welcome, everyone.
I'm going to get their links up. So, speaking of Walter, my fiance could care less about anything gun related, but she is fascinated with Walter's channel. And so today I was out in the living room watching YouTube, and she goes, "Hey, does Walter got a new video up?" And I said, "Yeah, he's got a couple up." So, Walter, you got a new fan. My fiance loves watching your channel. She says he's like the cool grandpa you wished you had.
So is she subscribed to him?
I don't even think she has a YouTube thing.
Well, there you go. Now you just got to get her to,
I've personally met Walter. If you're talking about Walter Davis out there.
No, we're talking about Walter Bunning now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My mistake, man.
He's a great guy.
He's got a great channel.
I just subscribed to him.
Yeah.
You got those cowboy pistols.
If you
get into those.
If you like somebody who has a brash tacks and is going to tell you just how it is, they're not going to sugarcoat crap. Squibload is a good channel to watch, and especially watch Speaking Squibbish.
Yeah, I'm putting Squib's link up right now.
Hey guys, I just discovered something really disturbing. There, on December 30th, 2021, somebody created the Caliber Corner YouTube channel. Oh no, they're probably going to come after me for the name of my podcast.
Well, they could attempt, but I mean,
yeah,
your Caliber Corner has been going for a couple days longer than that.
Well, there's
Not
also
by
a Caliber Corner, just plain Caliber Corner channel that's in like India. That some little kids created it. So this is getting kind of tight. I might have to rename the show. Yeah, they only got 47 subscribers. I was just typing in looking for one of my past episodes, and that popped up. I was like, what?
You know what you should do? You should copyright claim them.
Yeah.
Hey, before you go any further, make sure you tell all your subscribers not to go bully and harass a bunch of kids.
Exactly.
And everybody ends up hating you.
Well,
So.
yeah, the other Caliber Corner is just Caliber Corner is just a channel, so it's not. It's they haven't done a video in a couple. Oh no, that's a watch. That's a watch. Yeah, there's a watch channel called just Caliber Corner.
I'd definitely be copyright claiming them, saying, "Hey, I've been using the Caliber Corner, for a couple days and longer than you've had your channel, so you need to cease and desist."
Well, I mean, it's the name of a show, but I mean, it's kind of like Sandhills does the Get Off My Lawn podcast. There's another Get Off My Lawn podcast that other guy does, the Ian, whatever his name is, but
McGinnis.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess. But maybe I could have him on my show and ask him why he chose that name.
Hey, there you go. Hey, Yet Reapers is here.
Yep.
I was watching his videos today. I like his channel too.
Oh, Yote?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some great videos.
But I like coyote hunting, so.
Yeah, it takes a special kind of person to interrogate a kid online.
Yeah, I don't know anybody like that. Do you, G?
I do. I have no clue on people that would interrogate a child online.
Right. With his mom in the room and all that.
I should delete that episode.
Dude, that was gold.
Was it leave it on there as an episode of how to discipline your child or what?
Oh,
his mom was like, "Who the hell are you talking to?" I'm like, "Oh, sorry, it was just some asshole from New York." And she's like, "Oh, okay."
Oh God.
That episode was so much golden. I don't even think he lives here anymore. Hey, Victoria.
So this kid had a crush on Tori, on Artak's daughter, and yeah, we brought him on the live stream and friggin' played 50 million questions and I thought he was gonna cry. I really thought he was gonna cry.
Good. Put the fear of God in that little punk. You should.
What was that boy's name?
That's what you do.
We that Rob interrogated on here. Hayden, is he still around?
Mm-hmm. I don't talk to him.
Oh,
Why?
Did they scare him off?
No, it's just in general you.
Oh, I scared him off.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He was terrified of you in general when I told him we had guns.
You ever seen that scene in Bad Boys 2 when the kid comes to the door to pick up the daughter?
That's kind of like we did online.
That's the funniest thing you ever made love to a man. No, you wanna? That's how that scene is. I guess a lot of that was ad lib in that scene too. That scene is so funny, man. Oh my god. The other good one is from Den of Thieves, where 50 Cent the kid comes in to pick up his daughter to take her out to prom or something, and Fitty takes the kid into the garage, and all the bad guys are in the garage because they're making plans for the bank robbery, and they all look at the kid. These dudes are all beefed up, tattooed, Oh god, that scene! You got to watch that scene too. That's a hilarious one. That'd be a good one. That's a good prank to play on somebody's daughter, or son. Yeah. There you go. That's it right there. Dads against daughters dating. Yep.
I'm in the club, man.
Yep. Right on, man.
I think that was even the night Foss was like, "Yeah, this is getting too." When the mom showed up, Foss was like, "Peace, I'm out of here."
I don't
blame him. It could have went bad, but I don't think I crossed the line. I was just, nobody was holding the gun to the kid's head or something, so I shouldn't even put it like that. But.
Not yet.
Well,
we don't have to be.
I give the kid credit, jumping on here with a bunch of grown men, getting questioned. Yeah. He held it together pretty good. I give him credit for that.
I
Yep.
wish I could have been on that one.
Yeah. There's some crazy things that happen on a Saturday night on this live stream.
Oh my God. All right. Well, hey, gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and jet. I want you guys to have yourselves a good night. Take it easy. Be safe.
Yep.
Boys,
Plug
boys,
anything you
great
have
meet-
to do.
Oh, good.
Everybody
Plug
carry a
it.
weapon except for Rob. Yeah.
Plug your upcoming video and Saturday
Yeah.
morning shows.
All right. So, well, because I've got competition now, my show is called The Caliber Corner, I think. Podcast. I think it's, I don't even know. I might be using the same name. But anyway, just look for the little red crosshairs. You're in the right spot. And then the channel's Travis P11. And we will have a video. I think I'm going to do 2 videos this week. I'll have one come out on Monday, one come out on Wednesday. We need to get the Rock Island Armory 1911 range test out and the cleaning video. We'll throw those up next week, and then we'll show off the CZ Shadow 2 the week after. So it's going to be a good couple weeks here on the channel.
Boy, Travis, it was great meeting you, man. I'm
Yeah. No, Chris, I just subbed, so I'll check your channel out too, man. I got you on the list. I'll be watching you. That's all I do is like you is I come home and watch YouTube videos the whole night. It's either gun videos or truck videos, and that's it. So
yeah.
that's pretty much all.
I really enjoyed being on the panel with you. We'll have to do this again.
Cool, man. Yeah, anytime. Chris, if you ever want to be on Caliber Corner, the actual podcast, just let me know.
I will.
Cool, man. All right. You guys take care. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Take it easy, Travis.
See you guys. Take
I felt like a dick. I was putting up all these, plugging all these channels all night, and then I didn't even plug Foss's.
Oh, that's all right.
I did. I caught it
gonna
at the
miss
end. I'm like, man, you're an asshole, Chris. Like, you've been putting all these channels up all night. And
Well, I think I'm gonna jump to 23.
Yeah.
Foss, great talking to you again, man.
Yeah,
You got a
and
show tonight, all right?
yeah. So if anybody's up in the morning, come hang out with us.
What time is that show?
1 o'clock Pacific, which is 4 o'clock metric, I believe.
Starts 10 a.m. here for me.
It'd be 4 a.m.
No, he probably you probably watched the when I filled in for Gary's.
Oh yeah, yep. Sorry, yep.
Yeah. So my regular show is middle of the night.
Yeah, I think I've been on that one too, because I don't sleep much. I'll sleep for a couple hours and then I get up, and that's one nice thing. There's always a live chat you can get on Friday and Saturday nights when you can't sleep.
But yeah, so I thought I was subbed to you, but I am subbed now because I swear I've commented on your videos before. But
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate
kind of
it.
forgetful. But so everybody have a good night.
You too,
Have a great night.
Foss.
Take care,
So-
man.
Boss, what's the topic going to be for tonight?
We're going to talk a little bit about what we keep in our cars for emergencies, kind of prepping stuff. And Rob had asked me wanted me to cover water a little more, getting water in emergencies. So we'll probably talk a little bit about that too.
Cool.
I'll try to catch it. I'll see if I can, at least catch it from the outside.
I'll make sure.
Sounds good.
I'll make sure to text Rob at like 3:50 a.m. his time so that he can be awake to watch it.
That's all right. I know it's a tough slot for people to make. So
Well, you got any videos coming out?
just the same ones that I haven't been making that I'm keep talking about making. I did a short, the Sterling engine, but that's just kind of something for Caucasian Sasquatch. Where
Hey, that was an interesting little short.
That was pretty neat.
they are cool little things. Mine doesn't run right. It shouldn't make that pop sound, but that one's probably 15 years old. It needs a little work.
So we went and looked at some of your videos because we were talking about how some of your videos have just like skyrocketed in views, and I cannot believe that your video of trying to convert an AK guy had like 1,700 views on it.
Everybody wants it to happen.
I'm just saying, if you would have monetized that video, you probably would have made a couple dollars.
I'm not. That's
I
not
know.
my thing.
Yeah, 1,700 views. He would have got a cool $10, $20 out of it.
That might have covered the ammo we shot in that video.
That's true.
Yeah, well, it's not going to happen. So,
Yep. Have a great night.
all right, talk to you guys later.
Yep.
Foss.
Take care.
So, Senior Master Sergeant Bulldog is out in the crowd. He's got to get back on the road in 15, but he's going to be listening in the side chat.
Good to see you, Bulldog.
Ooh. Tara says, you can keep me up. I will be heading to Bama if I can walk. Maybe if I can't. So, she's a trucker and injured the back.
Yeah. Foss there, he's done, if anybody's not familiar, he's done a little bit on preparedness in the past, some shows and whatnot. So basically, if you do have any interest in that, you could check back on probably some of his stuff. So he's got, from what I've seen quickly, some of the general basics, but it's a good starting point. Just, I don't know how people's take is on it, but personally, I don't really think prepping is prepping. I just think it's forethought and a way of life. Personally, it should have extra. I don't know. Shouldn't be so dependent on things, but wherever you stand on it, hopefully you at least got something a little extra in case power goes out, you can't get out of the house for a week, COVID lockdown. I mean, there's so many things that come up. I know, shoot, like just having extra food around helped me in a sense when I've gone to work out of town. I just ate my own MREs instead of buying food at fast food all the time, stuff like that. Saved money, made more money on the road. But there's a lot of different emergencies or ways extra stuff can help you out. So, if you haven't considered it, it might be something you should look into. And if you're a parent, I definitely think it falls on you as your responsibility, not the systems, to provide for your child, especially in times of need. So, doesn't matter till it does. So don't be that guy.
I'll tell you what, nowadays people need to, and I'm not a prepper either, but people need to prepare for, we see more and more of this stuff going down nowadays. And, you like go back to the toilet paper shortage when COVID started and everybody was buying toilet paper and paper towels. Well, it's like, learn from that,
I'm just surprised I'm surprised more people don't have a year's worth of toilet paper already. I thought that was like mandatory.
It might be a little extreme, but you should at least have a couple weeks of food.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
bare minimum.
and that's, you see these guys, we've all seen the guys bitching about no ammo. And I'm like, you've seen this happen time and time again. I mean, we saw it after Newtown. I mean, ammo disappeared. And every election cycle, the ammo starts to disappear off the shelves. And it's, it's just like, it's going to happen again. But people like to forget, like, oh, well, it only happened once. It won't happen again. Well, it's going to happen again.
Yep. Shoot, I've been steadily buying ammo since the 22 scare. What was that, like 6-7 years ago or something like that? So, I've never stopped technically. So, need to be careful what I say on here, right? But yeah,
Well, no, I mean,
you're at
it's
the store,
yeah.
you pick up a couple boxes. It's just like shit, you don't know, and I'm gonna use it, especially when my kids were younger. You know, on the weekends they'd blow through 500-600 rounds easy. You know, so yeah, some people's opinion of a lot just really ain't a lot. You know, it depends on your lifestyle and stuff. Plus, you know, I always got that rainy day and things like this, you know, so.
Yeah, people just got to realize that if it happens once, it's probably going to happen again. So now the primer thing, I didn't see that coming. Thankfully I'm crazy that way anyway. I mean, I always buy 2 or 3 of everything, but I didn't see that primer shortage coming, but luckily I had prepared for it. I guess I never realized how many reloaders are out there.
See, I wasn't into reloading when this started, you know, and I'm just starting to kind of really get into reloading and everything. So I definitely nowhere near prepared, but definitely won't get caught with my pants down again.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
when this comes back, I will definitely be getting some primers.
Yeah, I mean, I see what they're going for now. I mean, cheap primers now, $75. I mean, I remember when I was buying, I was getting them for $30 1,000. But luckily back then I was buying 5,000 of them at a time. But man, I never would have dreamed. I mean, like I said, if you can find them for $7 per 100, that's cheap nowadays. Because there's a lot of places there. I mean, if you buy them online, like when they come in stock at Midway or something like that, by the time you pay hazmat and everything, you're going to pay $110 for 1,000 now.
Yeah, you stated you're crazy. You buy 2 or 3. Personally, I don't think that's crazy. And I can give you several examples where it's actually a smart thing to do. One would be me being tasked to rebuild this Polaris engine for a go-kart deal. Little keyway shaft. Nobody locally had it. I had to drive in the PA. It was like an hour-and-a-half trip or whatever to go get this thing. Picked one up, came back, put it in. And my dumb ass, I don't know what I did. I was in a rush because I, waiting all day in this little part. I screwed it up. So I had to drive back to PA to buy another one that cost like $1. Like, I should have just bought a handful while I was there. Same thing, ATV bolt. Rattled out the back of a bolt, rattled off an ATV. Should have put some Loctite on it, replaced the bolt, $8 a bolt. That son of a bitch rattled back out. So you buy a couple bolts and actually get the Loctite. But there's several times having a few extra is a good thing. Tape measure. Sometimes I got one in my car, in my truck, probably 2 in my car and truck. One almost in every room in this house. But, I use measurements as part of my living. So I got to have a tape measure. There's no such thing as too many, So it's the same theory with food. You might not eat it today. But you'll eat it in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Hi, Squib.
You never know.
Good evening.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I have a tendency to jump on these shows while I'm at work. So it seems like anytime I want to unmute, that's when somebody decides to walk by me. I'm standing between 2 machines that haven't been running all day, doing work on them, and out of the woodwork. It's just like in the back. The maintenance cage is in the back, and that's where I work out of. And really, there's nobody that should be back there. People go back there to hide from their boss, and that seems to be about the time that I'm losing my crap on air.
Yeah, I guess I missed the fireworks earlier. Rob was saying.
It was all good. I think I got it all out of my system, at least for the day. That, or I just ran out of caffeine because I went on Smeggy's show and did the same thing, except I actually did it calmly and rationally.
Did you see that, Squib? Rob's over there taunting you with a cup of coffee.
Man, it's too late in the night for that. I've got a bottle of Mountain Dew in my lunch, but I'm clocking out in an hour and a half. If I had that now, I'll be up all night. I heard you guys talking about prepping, though, and some people have their opinions about that. They think people who prep are crazy, and some people do some outlandish stuff prepping. I'm not saying there's anything illegal about it or wrong, but people are going to have their views. The thing is, that person is going to be the one laughing when something like what happened in 2020 happens. And you guys are talking about toilet paper. Yeah, I thought it was hilarious because what happened in Michigan happened 3 weeks after it happened in New York. So Outcast is getting a hold of me, let me know what's going on there. And I'm going, no, that ain't happening here. And I'm just kind of keeping my eyes open. And pretty much everything
crazy.
Yeah, everything that happened in 2020 in New York happened 3 weeks later in Michigan, right? And it was just kind of, and he kept saying, no, this is happening here. I'm like, not yet. And then 3 weeks later, yeah, okay, we got it too. And, it was just kind of funny to watch. And then the night the president went on air and declared a national emergency, I can't remember who it was I was talking to. I want to say it was either Outcast or it was a Hawaii Volcano Squad. And they said, tune in, watch the president, this is going to be some stuff. And I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever, I'm at work. Right, so I'm listening to the president while I was working on, I guess the very same machine I'm on right now. That's kind of weird. Anyhow, some of the things he's saying about it being a national emergency and all this other stuff. And I said, I think I'm going to go to the local grocery store that's open 24 hours on the way home. I get there. Normally at that time of night, it's empty. I can do my shopping after I clock out at the factory, and the store is really empty, and it's nice, right? The parking lot was packed, and people are losing their mind. They're coming out of the store with 2 carts each. They're all freaked out. I go in there. The lines are backed up. You go down the aisle with the toilet paper. All the toilet paper's gone. The right side of the aisle is just bare, right? The day before, there was toilet paper there. On the left side, there's all the napkins and rolled kitchen towels and stuff. And people are grabbing those and as many as they can, get them in their carts. And I'm thinking, you idiots, you don't realize this will plug up your plumbing, and I'm walking around shopping the sale items, right? 10 for 10 and the 11th item free. So you get 11 items for $10. And I'm putting those in my cart. Just and everything these people were loading their carts up with, I buy in bulk at Sam's Club, not because I'm paranoid, but because I like to save money. So I'm just there going, these people are just, they're absolutely unprepared. And I really shouldn't have been surprised. I really shouldn't. But I would rather have extra food that expires and composted in my garden than not have food in my pantry at all.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good point.
There's a difference between being prepared and, being a hoarder and stuff. And with anything, people can go overboard on any of it, and yeah, you definitely want to make sure that you have at least 3 weeks worth of food, a minimum, because, power could go out. A couple of years ago here, we had what they called Snowmageddon. I kind of laughed at it because it wasn't really that bad of snow, but there were people that were without power for 3.5 months.
Yeah, I'd say like 3 months worth of food. I mean, everybody's different, but I think the minimum should be more like 3 months personally. It could be as simple as you lost your job and it's going to take a while to find another one. You want to go beg, go wait in the lines, or go to your pantry, I don't know. There's different emergencies for different people, but I don't see any problem with months. If you got it, I'd recommend a few months personally.
Yeah, we got a month of at least 4 weeks of food extra in the house, not counting what we usually get for the month.
And with the primers, I didn't see that coming either, but I made it a point that when I bought ammo, I bought primers or powder, that sort of thing. I get all the brass I want for my range for free, so I didn't have to worry about that. And bullets are always plentiful, so I really never was concerned about that. But primers, if I was at Bass Pro Shop and I picked up 2 boxes of shells, I'd grab 2 sleeves of primers. Yep. Or a lot of times when I was on vacation, I would stop at LGS's, wherever I was at, or even sometimes big box stores like going to Nebraska, I went to Shields. Man, that place is nice. And some of their stuff was overpriced. I'm like, yeah, I'm not paying $12 for 100 percussion caps. But there were other things they had there, and it's like, yeah, okay, it's a little bit high, but I should expect that around this time. And, I snagged this, snagged that. But I was doing that, 10 years ago or whatever. It just was the sort of thing to do. I remember when you couldn't get 22. Remember back in like 2012, you couldn't get 22 long rifle for like a year?
That's what I was talking about. Right after Newtown, all the 22 disappeared.
Yeah. So I was in Las Vegas, and I was at a prepper's store called the Zombie Apocalypse store. It's no longer there now, but I was in the Zombie Apocalypse store, and they had a brick of 22 long rifle for $81. I paid $81 for it and threw it in my luggage and flew home with it because there was no 22 long rifle at home.
Good Lord.
Yeah. Hey, well, back then you couldn't even find it at all, right? Yeah. And $81 for 500 rounds today is still, that's a little bit high today, but look at some of the crazy prices some of the people were paying for stuff. I bought ammo for Christmas presents because every year that's stocking stuffers. And, the kids are acquiring new calibers all the time. And I'm like, this isn't making it easy, guys. And I paid anywhere between $13 and $40 a box for different calibers. But I ordinarily I wouldn't pay that much. I just go, screw it, I'll make my own or go without. But for Christmas, I'll make an exception for that. And that's still kind of high, for some of these calibers.
I see Quest is back out in the crowd. There is a link out there, Quest, if you want to look in the chat. You can jump on here and
at a certain point with prices, I'm just not paying it. I mean, granted, I'm sitting on some ammo, and that's part of the reason why. But honestly, I just, it's like paying twice as much for a vehicle, so I'm just not going to do it. You know what I mean? I just, my money's worth something to me. You know what I mean? I don't know. A few bucks, that's one thing. But when you talk double, triple, nah, man, I ain't a damn crackhead. Like, what the hell?
Well, it's the law of supply and demand. And also, like, back in 2012, I made a lot more money than I make now. $81 for 500 rounds. I knew it was high. I knew it was highway robbery. But the fact that it wasn't around anywhere, and, here I can get a whole dang brick of it, it didn't mean nothing to me. Right? It was like coming out of my vacation budget. It didn't mean anything to me. Some people, they don't want to pay double for a brand new car, but their lease is up and they can't get an extension and they're stuck, or they're going, screw this, I need another vehicle, and they make that sort of money so they can do it. I'm not saying everybody has that sort of disposable income, but there are lots of people.
Can't bring up cars around him. Sorry.
No, there are lots of people that actually, make money. People go, 6 figures, that's a lot of money. No, actually, it really, after taxes, it isn't. But not everybody makes $500,000 a year, but there are millions of Americans that do. So that $80,000 car, you're there going, no way. But for them, it doesn't. Okay, sure, it's still more. They're not stupid. They know, but besides, these people know how to hide their money in tax shelters. So I don't know. It just depends on what it is. I mean, somebody might pay $1,200 for an AR-15 when I've only paid $400 for every one I've ever owned. So, I guess it's just what is that, that value to you. What's valuable to you may not be valuable to me, and vice versa. But there's still, something about being prepared. How many of us have passed up on a gun that now is way more expensive? Man, I should have bought it when I had the chance, right?
That's like punching us in the balls. What kind of tit is that? That's ridiculous. Come on now. Apples and oranges.
I completely agree with you there, Squib, because I kicked myself in the ass for passing up on a Smith & Wesson 4006 when I could have got that damn thing for like $350, and now you can't even touch them for less than like $700.
My deal was
denier.
My deal was when I had I had 2 Albanian SKSs that I paid $100 each for, and got rid of them. And now I think those things are going for $2,000 a piece.
Yep.
How much do you think I paid for my first SKS?
$25.
Oh, you're close. $74. I paid $74 for the first one, $95 for the two I bought after that. I should have kept them for the kids. Back then I wasn't thinking. I should have kept them for the kids.
Yep, that's what I should have kept them for myself. But yeah, they were like $99 from Center Fire Systems out of Kentucky. I drove down and got them, and it was like, yeah, I had like 2 Nagant revolvers from them when they were like $79 a piece. I still got one of those, and then the CZ52s. I had a couple of those. Now I paid like $100 for them. You can't touch them now for less than $400. And there's something else.
So, Quest says guns are cheap around here. It's the ammo that's still double. Well, if you can find a Smith & Wesson 4006 for like $400, you let me know.
My recommendation with the ammo is when the prices come back down, and they will come back down. Maybe they might be a little bit higher than what they were last time, but every time somebody says that, they usually just end up coming back down. It's going to take some time. I mean, we're still having trouble getting taco sauce, all right? The supply chain is going to take a while to catch up, which is probably going to keep our economy strong. So don't look a gift horse in the mouth. It might seem like an inconvenience now, but I think it's going to help everybody out in the long run. But when the prices come back down, the availability comes back up. Every payday, just pick up a couple boxes. You ain't got to go run out and buy a case. I mean, if you've got the extra money to buy a case and you're going, I'd rather pay $200 for a case of 9mm than $1,000, right? Okay, go get yourself a case, whatever. But if you do that every payday, at the end of the year, you've got tons and tons of ammo. You can stack it up on your reload bench, put your camera on your tripod, and make a video where you're flaunting it to everybody who's going, I can't find any ammo, and make a total a-hole out of yourself. I've done it.
I've done it too.
Yep.
I've actually done a video on how exactly what you say. Every time I go out, I buy a couple boxes.
So when the ammo was going scarce, during the scandemic, I was still finding 9mm ammo, and for the longest time I was like, whatever, I'm never buying 9mm. But then I got the wife a P320, and so I was like, crap, now I got to buy 9mm for it. And I was finding it, and I was posting videos of finding like 200 round 250 round boxes for like $35 and stuff like that, and putting that online, and people were cussing me out that I was,
flexing.
Yep.
There's a really big sporting goods store up north. It's about 3 hours away. It could possibly be the biggest ammo store in Michigan. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, they have other stuff than ammo, but I mean, their ammo department, reload department could be the biggest one. And we would go up there to visit family. And whenever we were up there visiting family, I'd always make a run to the store. And when everybody's going, I can't find powder, I can't find primer, I can't find shells, they had tons of it, right? And you go up there and it'd be limit 2 boxes, but any 2 boxes. And it'd be like limit 5 sleeves of primers. Dude, guys are walking in with their wife and their 2 kids, and each one of them's walking out with 2 boxes each or whatever. I went up there and the guy's like, yeah, it's five sleeves of primers, but we'll give you 10. And then, it's like, all right, I'll take 250 packs of 9mm. Anything else you want? You got any 380? Yeah. How about 2 more boxes? I thought it was limited 2 boxes. Whatever. They had a shipping container in the back full of this stuff. And these things were normal prices. And that went on for months before they started to run out. And suddenly now there's signs saying, here are all the calibers we don't have, right? But I because I knew about the store, I mean, a lot of people in the state know about the store, but I was just going up there. I wasn't purposely driving 210 miles one way just to get this ammo. I just happened to be up there. I would be there anyhow. And that's what I mean about like when I would go on vacation. Sometimes it'd be like, oh, there's a gun store. I think I'll go in there and check it out. And usually I was looking for some sort of rare gun or something. I'd never have it. But then I'd see some powder that I've been wanting to try, or maybe they had a different brand of primer, or they had some self-defense ammo or something. Just pick that stuff up here and there, and man, you don't even notice the money. You really don't even notice it.
Yeah. I noticed that, like, here lately when I've been looking at ammo, for the most part, 9 mils getting back down to pre-price. Still, we're finding it, for about $15, for 50.
Not around
Before
here,
it
though.
was, anywhere from $9 to $12 a box. Of 50. I mean, so when you find it, you're gonna pay that couple extra dollars possibly, and unless you're sitting on stacks, and then you're okay. But yeah.
Yeah, but you remember the prices of a box of 50 rounds of 9mm FMJ after Sandy Hook? It's going about $13, $14 a box back then. So if you're paying 12 or 13 right now, you've already paid that before. It's not that bad. It's just like the people who go, the price of fuel is so high. It's like, dude, I remember when diesel was $5 a gallon. When I'm paying $3.50, yes, that's still too high, but at least it's not $5 a gallon. I mean, geez.
Right?
People have like a short memory span.
Yes,
and I
they
guess
do.
it goes back to whatever somebody was saying earlier about this has happened before. It has, but then again, there's a lot of new people too, and they might not have been around for that.
Yeah, Yote just said, which he's in Texas, but he said 9mm is 23 a box. I don't know.
For 20.
Holy shit.
If it's a box of 20, it's self-defense ammo. You're going to pay a premium. That's not FMJ. You don't buy FMJ or TMJ in boxes of 20.
Yeah, FMJ or hollow point defensive ammo is about normal again, price-wise around here in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Say I stopped buying it like $15.99. That's what the box is marked. So just showing a few. Two the same brand, came from the same store. Price jumped from $13.99 to $15.99 in a week. I think the week before that I was getting similar for like $11.99. But yeah, when it hit $15-16, I was done. I'm out.
But see, I think that's good to set a limit. There's some people that go, I don't care what it costs, I'm paying it. And they didn't, then they'd be complaining. And it's like, you don't realize that, but you're creating the problem. If you're willing to pay $40 a box for something that's normally $8 a box, and you're going to keep doing that, then they're going to keep charging $40. But it's hard to tell, millions of people, hey, just stop buying ammo for like a month or two. Because they're going to be like, are you out of your mind?
Just want it all for yourself.
Literally, it's and I'm not saying that's what we should do, because all this, we all got to do the same thing crap is just a bunch of crap. But literally, if we didn't buy ammo for 1 or 2 months, everybody, suddenly the stores would get stocked up. Now they'd have to lower prices to get rid of inventory, which, now they'd be competing with each other. Now there'd be price wars and things like that. Whenever there's a surplus, that's what happens. This is with any good or service. So if you want that competition and you want that sort of value, you're going to have to contribute to it. But you can't count on the guy next to you. You just can't.
Well, it's just like Rob's girlfriend or wife. She just said that under Trump, she was paying $1.99 for gas. Now it's $3.49, but we were paying $4 a gallon back even when Bush was president. So I don't know. It just goes back. We've been down this road before.
I decided after Sandy Hook I was never going to get caught with my pants down again.
Well, I did too.
Me too, pretty much.
But I didn't see the primer thing coming. Luckily, I had a couple years worth of primers, but I didn't see that coming. But I guess I never realized how many reloaders were actually out there.
Well, people were coming out of the woodworks, especially this time around, getting into reloading, thinking, this is going to get me ammo quick. I mean, people were literally like, what have I got to do so that I buy the stuff on Friday and by Sunday I'm at the range. And it's like, it's not that easy, dude. You know, there were people that were really desperate to, and they just started buying up everything. And that sort of, for the people who'd been in it, that sort of affected that. You remember right after, like the day after Sandy Hook, PMags went from $9 to $90. You remember that?
Cheaper than Dirt's bullshit.
Yep. That was when I stopped doing business with them.
Yep.
I was like, I'm done with them. And to this day, I'm still done with them. And I don't care.
You couldn't buy an AR lower. There was a lot of crazy stuff that happened after that.
Well, you know, I kind of feel like I kind of got taken because of what I paid for my AK, right? But now I look at the prices of AKs today, and it's like, nope, I did pretty good. Yeah. But everybody I know bought theirs years before me, and they paid half as much. Right. So it just depends on your perspective. ARs have gone up, they've gone down, you know, and I've seen AKs go up and go down too, but not as much as ARs. But I remember the 94 ban. And for 10 years, some of the things that they were doing and just jacking up the prices. And that was enough for me to say, this is something that when the prices and inventory are good, that's when it's time to buy. And yeah, I learned my lesson right there.
You got ripped off. You paid more than $350 for an AK.
I wish I could get a 350 Chinese AK now.
Kind of in a way I did. Everybody I know paid like $350 to $450 for theirs, and I paid $750 for mine, and now they're going for $1,300.
I feel your pain, Misfits. I got my Dodge every time I leave the drive. I'm like, man, this thing it's getting expensive.
Well, I'm glad that I got my gas saver when I got my gas saver, and that Rogue is really starting to pay off when I'm getting 30 some miles to the gallon in a nice SUV with all-wheel drive.
Yeah,
you claiming that on your taxes?
Does it depend?
Well, you know, I figured probably, I don't know if you're doing taxes like as far as your show or whatnot, but considering it's a mobile review lab, figured you might get a little cutback there.
Well, if I ever make money off YouTube, then I would definitely use the car as a write-off, as a business expense.
There you go. And your fuel going to do your videos.
And, you know, when you go to get ammo.
That's a loophole, Squib, but it's legal.
You go to get ammo, you go to get, you know, whatever that you're going to use, you know, do a review on your show. You go to the gun store to buy, you know, components or whatever. That's all write-offs due to business expenses.
If you go to an event and talk about anything that, future of your channel or anything regarding that criteria of work, that's all deductible too.
Yep.
Not free, deductible. People get that confused. Like they're like, it's a write-off. That don't mean free. So don't get it confused. But it all adds up in the end. You can buy yourself some extra ammo.
You put in everything you spent, but yeah, you're only going to get a certain portion of what you spent written off on your taxes. But you just, you know, you put all the receipts and everything, and then they say, okay, you get 8% of it to write off, or you get, you know, 40% of it to write off. You know, it all depends upon, you know.
Same thing with your, like if you got an office that you're making videos from, and this goes for anybody in a sense, if you're making videos and whatnot. Technically, if you're using that as a business, which I'm technically not, my channel's not a business in any form, but a lot of channels are. So if you want to take that route, you know, if say you have 6 rooms in your house or whatever dwelling, and one of them's your office, then a sixth of your rent gets divided up towards that in your tax file. So, so you'll get a reduction off a sixth of your rent, power, utilities, blah 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 blah.
I do that every month.
Right?
Not because of YouTube, because of my business.
Yeah. There's a lot, like, people screw themselves with taxes, in my opinion. Like, that's a whole nother story or conversation, but a lot of people play it safe. Being audited sucks. It's happened to me. Let me tell you, it sucks. But if you're not worried about it, you can save yourself a hell of a lot of money.
It's
by
like
nickel and dime and stuff.
It's
Just
like when
keep notes of everything. Like,
when I had
on
my
your receipt, copy the receipt, because those receipt inks, they fade within a year, half of them. Write a note, copy it, what your intention was at that time. So if you do get audited, all you do is flip back through and you already got your answer staring you in the face. You don't have to try to think of what you were thinking back then. But if you do that every time you buy something, it's cake.
When I had my process serving company, I put my all my vehicles in my company name, so that I could write off the mileage, the gas, normal wear and tear, yada yada yada.
So them big boys get all those big breaks everybody complains about. Working the numbers.
Yep, you gotta learn the system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been working it for years.
If you did do a channel as a business, I mean, if you think about it, if you kind of enjoy doing that stuff anyway, it is a hell of an advantage. I mean, hotels, food, trips, all this stuff. I mean, everything combined to it's a write-off. That could be your hobbies in a sense.
And hell,
depending on how you look at it. So,
And with YouTube, you could claim a loss for a long time too.
You're always going to claim a loss.
Oh yeah, you're never going to make money doing YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, but when you get 1,000 subscribers and if you choose to monetize, you're now paying taxes on that money, and so at that point, anything you buy for your channel, you definitely write off. And if you get something for a review, even if it's just given to you for a review, and you state, hey, this was provided for free, you can still write off the time it took for the video and the editing as labor costs.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. Is I don't think if we've talked about this before, but if you're making videos and you got a YouTube channel, every video you make is going to cost you money. And I don't care if you're reloading your own ammo you're using in that video or whatever, but I've sat down and figured it out. I mean, one video on the channel is probably going to cost you a minimum of about $30 or $40 to make. And that's not counting your time. That's just counting the ammo you're using, the gas you're using to get to the range. That's just the way it is. You guys agree with that?
Oh yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't disagree. I mean, I would if it's something you're doing anyway. That's like me. That's why I don't call it.
Oh yeah, no.
But if it's and you
that.
just turn the camera on, then obviously you don't put the bill to the other guy. But you know what I mean. But if you're doing this for that purpose, then it costs money.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Rob. What I was saying was, it's like I've told everybody, I'm going to go to the gun range and shoot regardless. The only difference now is you got cameras running while you're doing it. So, but every one of those videos you upload, it costs you something. Whether you went and bought a new gun and then you took 100 rounds of ammo there to shoot, to review it, or if anybody thinks they're going to get into this and make a ton of money, they're crazy. I mean, Maybe years down the road they might.
I got a
but
cool ass holster from Ozzy, and I got a cool ass belt from Squib. Might not have been the right one, but it's a cool ass belt.
So the Misfits darling says that she's heading off to bed. So Rob's probably going to be heading out here in about 35 seconds when she cracks the whip and tells him it's time to get the hell off.
Nah, it's hell week. I'm good.
Cotton pony.
Oops.
Well,
yeah, you
sorry,
should
babe.
not say that.
You're definitely in trouble now.
Nobody heard that.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely no one heard that. We can get you in even more trouble, Rob. Is she still listening?
Well, Lord, I hope not.
We can tell her how you bribed us not to comment on her shoes on that one video.
Oh, that's bullshit. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
why,
that is not cool.
Hey, that's
Never
why he sent out those stands so we all be quiet.
Now that probably fucked my night up.
Yeah, Reapers just said, I agree. Coyote hunting is very expensive. I was sitting here thinking about that today. I was watching his newest video, and I've done a lot of coyote hunting over the years here in Ohio. And I'm telling you, I don't know, that video he put up today was like 6 minutes long. And I'm thinking, I don't even want to know how many hours it took him to make that 6-minute video, because you can go out for nights on end coyote hunting and never see a coyote. So he's in a whole different realm of time going into his channel.
I keep taking a camera, tripod, stuff like that with me to the blind. Eventually, I'm going to catch a deer. I'm going to harvesting a deer on film.
Oh yeah.
The first gear I got, I was live on air, but it was audio only, so you could hear the whole thing.
Right.
And it was great because somebody else was doing a live show and they sent me a link, and I had to set up the phone and my earbuds and the mic on my neck and all that stuff like I do now, and you can hear the whole thing. And I turned on the camera when I walked up to the deer before it jumped up and tried to run away, and that was it. And that's the closest I've come to doing that. I found out with my newest camera that it doesn't like 44 Magnum next to it because it corrupted the SD card. The shock of the gun going off, I lost everything on the card and had to get a new card. That was weird.
Well, Misfit, have a great evening.
Yep. Good talking to you.
It's like we're joined by the man of Tupperware.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, what's up,
Good to
man?
see you, man.
He's the guy you want to blame if your wife spent like half of her paycheck on vibrating Tupperware.
We don't sell that stuff this way, man.
I know what those Tupperware parties are all about. It's just code, man.
Maybe the ones your wife attends, Rob, but not the ones I used to do.
Burn.
Wait a minute, Rob's got a vibrator. Don't you, Rob?
Oh, no, that's a deep tissue massager.
No, that's a damn vibrator.
So, Ozzy says, Rob, when things look grim, be the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, I like that. Reminds me of a song, but I can't think of it right this moment.
The Grim
I will,
Reaper song?
No.
It might work if I unmute. Squib, how much longer you got to be at work tonight? Or are you working grave?
Well, seeing how my hands are covered in grease, a little bit difficult to get to the phone here. Let's see, it's 21:47. I got 45 more minutes.
It's only 1847 or 1848 around here.
Eastern time zone, the only time zone that matters.
Damn right.
Now, at some point, I want to live in the mountain time zone, and when I do, I'm going to have two clocks, in the house, one with the time that I'm in and one with the real time.
What part of Michigan you in, Squib?
Southeast Michigan,
Okay.
Oakland County.
I think the song's called "The Offering of the Dead."
I was thinking "Don't Fear the Reaper."
Yeah, I was thinking of that too.
Nah, this is a little newer.
Could you see Outkast jamming the Blue Oyster Cult?
Yes, I could, really.
I have no idea. I don't know what Rob listens to.
Actually, I'm probably wrong. That's one of them, but I don't think that's the right song. Now I'm
Rob?
getting all screwed up. I usually got this stuff down, but
Rob listens to a little bit of everything. You know, he's got Janis Joplin. He's got, you know, probably a little bit of Pink Floyd going on. He's definitely got, you know, like some blues playing in the background. You know,
Grand Funk Railroad.
probably.
New York's had a lot of good music over the years.
yep. Yeah, my dad was a musician for a while, so somewhat professionally, but later in life, not so much. So he just did gigs, weekend gigs and things. So I spent some nights underneath the table at the VFW.
What kind of band was he? What kind of music?
Unfortunately, when I was alive or when I was around, it was country, which he didn't care for. A bit of southern rock, but country is what they wanted him to play, so that's what he played. So upstate New York.
So, Bald and Curious says, I was told Rob likes Neil Young.
Only on Spotify.
No, that guy's crazy. It's funny though.
He canceled himself. That's even funnier.
But
Gosh, something like "Come Out of the Valley of the Shadow of Death." Gosh, I can't think of the rest of the lyrics
That's
now.
a
DJ
Bible.
was here; he'd know what song I'm talking about.
That's a Bible verse.
Yea, that I walk through the
No,
valley
it's
of the
not.
shadow.
Yes, no.
I shall fear no evil because I'm the baddest motherfucker in the valley.
Kinda. It's like the Grim Reaper is gonna fear me by the time I leave, or something. That's not what it says, but that's the meaning. I just can't think of what it is now. But it's a good song. It'll come to me at some point. I like a lot of music. Yeah, I don't think there's an actual genre or whatever. I can't even keep up with all of it nowadays. Shit, I lost track. I couldn't afford to be cool at a certain age once I had kids. So, but
It's a lot of genres now.
yeah. But I don't know. If you get that feeling and you feel it and it hypes, I don't know. It's hard to just. It's almost like a car guy. When you get that feeling, you just got it. That's good music. So it's just got to move you. So that can cross everything in some ways. Although I will say I'm not a huge country fan.
I was always just infatuated with New York with I don't know. I'm a huge punk music fan, so listening to all the punk that came out of New York and then
Yeah.
I just flat out love 90s hip hop, and there was just so many good groups coming out of New York back in the 90s.
Yeah, well, punk music, punk rock and stuff came out of like Seattle, grunge rock, and
Well, I'm talking way before even the grunge scene in the early 90s.
Yeah, I thought punk came out of England in the 70s.
It did.
And then it migrated into New York, and then eventually it was in LA too. But
Yeah, the grunge stuff came out of Seattle with
there's a lot of good stuff right there too. Man.
We're all yelling and complaining, but we don't know what we're saying. We're a band from Seattle. It sure beats racing cattle.
Yeah, I seemed like music's hit a dead spot lately, in my opinion. A lot of the stuff on the radio, it's all about the beat or whatever, but it's like there's no lyrics. Like the form of a ballad's gone. There's no story to anything. It's just my bitches and rims, and or whatever. I don't know.
It's all about either getting drunk, getting fucked, or
even some of the pop ones. It's all. I mean, when you look at it, I don't know. 70% of the song is the chorus in a sense, and what are they really saying? I mean, it's kind of just things have gotten weak and sad. I mean, if they can airbrush it, and I guess you sleep with the right people, you got the job or something. I don't know what the hell's going on, but
So the name of
what
your
happened
first
to Taylor?
album? The name of your first album is going to be Bitches and Rims.
There you go.
Or liquors and liquor.
Get
and
Biden
hoes.
on the front saying, "Are you black enough?" Man, I
You're
was a
black.
shitload.
Good to see you, She Fires.
wow. So, She Fires, how was the show, the gun show in Tampa?
That was the same one that 2A went to too, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, 2A, and there was a few others that I heard were going there also. I think Yoki was talking about going there.
She said she'll have a video soon.
Yep, can't wait to see the video and see if she found any primers.
Oh yeah. Can you
'Cause
imagine
she asked what people wanted to have her look for, and I said primers.
I don't even want to know what a primers is going for at a gun show.
Why not?
You know they got to be high.
It'll be 5 times higher than they are at the store.
I mean, I do want to know, but they got to be outrageous.
Yeah, it's gonna be ridiculous, man. Gun show prices around here are like these prices now. Not necessarily, but they've always been jacked. Like I don't know. In my experience, gun shows they're just not a place, anybody that's been in it, maybe your first time or something, or a place to window shop, look around, but you can't go home with a handgun in New York State anyway. So, in a lot of counties, in a sense, you're going to have to purchase the gun, travel back to your sheriff's when they're open, get it approved, go back, pick the gun up, drive back. So driving across the state to go to a thing is kind of crazy. So that just leaves long guns or ammo parts, and everybody, everybody's item is the best one in the freaking world, and they don't even want to talk to you about, the price being ridiculous or trying to shave $5 off or something. They're just kind of pricks. I mean, maybe it's just me. I don't know, because honestly, I am the sore thumb in some of those places, the oddball, and I do get watched a lot. And then God forbid you want to whip the camera out, then you might get your ass jumped. But not just that, but you also pay for parking. You're paying to get there, and then you walk around and nothing in there is reasonable. Nothing. Like, I feel bad because I like small shops. I got to buy something, it's just how I feel going out. And, but there ain't nothing in there I can buy at those prices. Like I'll walk out with my head down, but, I just can't do it. So I've yet to see a gun show with decent prices. So I know a lot of you guys see it as a treasure hunt and all this stuff. Maybe for some of your mill surf stuff or whatever, but a modern gun is more money and more bullshit for me to get it.
That's not a bad price, Chief Fires, for that. We got one sitting in a local gun store here right now. Actually, I went and looked at it yesterday, and it was $729. So that's a pretty good price, especially at a gun show.
So, Bald and Curious is assuming that Rob didn't vote for Biden because he says Rob ain't black. He didn't vote for Biden. I'm just saying.
No, man. No. See, there's this thing called the internet, and you can actually do a search and see the president up there talking all types of shit about black people. So, I don't know. Maybe I did my due diligence and spent 5 minutes and seen that, I think that's a bunch of shit. But obviously, that's not my only voting option. But yeah, no, I my only reason. But no, I did not vote for Biden.
No,
like, honestly, I think it's shameful on our country. It's a disgrace. It shouldn't even be. Honestly, it's almost elder abuse from his wife. I mean, the whole thing is just screwed up. Where
are you
the
sure?
laughing stock of the world.
Rob, are you sure you didn't vote for him?
Yeah, I'm
because
sure.
you said your vote was held for supervisor. That supervisor could have changed.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole other kicker. I had to push the magic green button to go so it can get back filed. And from the hearing, that means the supervisor got to determine what happened with my vote.
Yeah.
So Outcast didn't vote for Biden, but the state of New York voted for Biden twice in his name.
Exactly.
They made a donation on behalf of your name.
And then people are like, well, you're not going to vote. It's like, well, how do I know my vote's going to work? You tell, fix the goddamn system, I'll vote. But now I'm a little skeptical of the whole thing because they might be using my vote against me.
Hey, She Fires just sent me a message, and she is down to come on the show Wednesday night with me. Do you want to co-host that with me?
Absolutely, I will.
Okay, cool. And I 2A messaged me earlier too with his email address. So I think that'd be an awesome show.
That will be a pretty cool show.
Yeah. So cool. Well, I will so She Fires, I will get that link out to you tomorrow. I don't know. You can either email me on my YouTube channel or you can just send me your email address through the Instagram Messenger, either way. And I'll get that link out to you tomorrow and we'll go from there.
What's been going on with you, Tupperware?
Been stuck in my house the last 2 days because the damn doors won't open.
Doors won't open?
Yeah, they froze at the top.
They what?
They got frozen at the top because of like swelling and stuff from the weather changes and everything.
Damn. Is it a modular?
No, it's a regular house. It's just old.
Wow.
Going on a century now. So
sucks, man.
Yeah.
Be climbing in and out the window. Don't get yourself shot.
That'd be hard taking all that Tupperware in and out the window.
You don't have anything to worry about, She Fires. You'll be in good hands. I still remember my first live show. Man, I was a nervous wreck.
Yeah. First shows are usually a little rough.
Yeah. I enjoy it now. Man, that first one. I did my first one over on Echo's channel. Man, that was...
Yeah, I decided that when was going to go on a live show, I'd go on with an I don't give a fuck attitude. And since then, oh well, I guess nothing's changed.
You're tight, Chad.
Yep.
I've had to deal with a lot of modulars where I've had customers call and they had to fight to get the door open, and then they couldn't get the door closed. And, the span over the doorway just sagged from all the ice and snow. So basically got, called out to go shovel the roof off in a fence so they can get their doors closed. And pets caught, pets are usually at the neighbors by the time I get there. Doors half opened, furnace is just nonstop running, burning propane. Like, it's pretty, pain in the ass the way they build some of these places. So clear the snow off, and boop, you can close your door again. It's amazing. It's a damn shame.
Yeah, all the back doors that we had to have put in since I had it kicked in last year when I was robbed. So,
So maybe they didn't flash it properly, or I don't know how they installed it or what your exterior is, but
it was a very tight fit.
That's the first
So it might
problem.
be
So there should be a little, at least 1/8 reveal all the way around for expansion and contraction. But yeah. You call somebody from Craigslist?
No, it was a family friend.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I end up having to fix a lot of those. Well, hey, free labor, right? At least your door's shut. It's better than it being stuck open.
If She Fires is interested, we could, get her to get a hold of Guns and Barbecue to do a Two-Way Women Wednesday interview. That'd also be another way of getting her some more exposure to
that'd be some
her
really
channel.
good exposure for her channel. Yeah.
I miss all the good shows now. I work on Wednesday nights most of the time.
Well, you just have to figure out a way of hiding in the mechanic shed so that you can watch it.
Well, I had to hide out in the parts department.
Part of the reason I don't quit this crappy job is because I've been able to figure out how to either listen to shows, whether it be live or replay, or jump on them like right now. But I got to tell you, I feel like I'm in New York. I keep looking over my shoulder like somebody's behind me, because that's what happens. I turn the corner and there's some people and I'm talking and they're looking at me like, who are you talking to? One of these days somebody's going to be like, what are you doing? It's kind of hard to do it from work, but sometimes you can kind of work out little strategies. I don't know. The problem is if you're working on a truck and you've got your earbuds in and your phone like in your pocket or something like that, and you bump something, you'll unmute your mic. Now everybody can hear everything, or your hands are covered in grease and they're asking you a question and they have no idea that you can touch the phone all you want. It's not going to, work. And yeah.
And the problem is I can't answer the phone with the earbuds in at work. Or when somebody comes up to the counter and talk to them like,
oh yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Well, if my boss called me on my cell phone while I'm on a show, it'll dump the show and go right to the call. So then, how did you pick up so fast? I was just lucky.
Because I was in the shitter.
Yeah.
I do try to catch the show. It depends on if we get a downtime or something like that, then I can do that. I can listen at least and chat in the comments a little bit, but that's about it.
I was on Echo's show, and yeah, I ended up having to call and report a accident because my windshield got shattered driving down the road.
I just posted a link to She Fires YouTube channel. So everybody out in the side chat, if you have not subscribed, I would appreciate it if you would.
Yeah. The post that she just did, I think earlier today, where It shows her at the Tampa gun show in 2021
with the pack on her back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the AR, AR
cool
in there.
picture.
This chick knows you guys are Glock guys, right? I mean, probably gonna try to ruin her and corrupt her, and
she's already got a Glock.
I don't know how I keep falling into the Glock guy category. I'm not a Glock guy.
Because if you don't swear the allegiance to Rob D and his M&P, then you're automatically a Glock guy, no matter what.
Man, that was funny with Scotsman's show when he got on Scotsman. And, because he just came off your show and everybody's talking crap about Glocks. He gets over to Scotsman's and he's looking at the chat like, "Oh shit, yeah, I got a Glock, but I carry a CZ." Or that shit was hilarious, man. Good cover.
Hey, G, did you catch when Rob sent me that his display? I put the Glock 43 on it.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't catch that?
Hey, you see Chris? See this guy, Chris? I thought he was gonna do some shit like that because we met on this show with me talking shit about Glock. So I was expecting him to slap something on there and have a comment. But the man was decent enough to put a nice M&P on there. So that's some credit right there, some respect.
Well,
yeah. It's like I said before. I find the good and the flaws in every gun that I own, and there's a lot of stuff I hate about Glock, and I have not had a chance to get one of the newer M&Ps, but I do know I did not like the triggers in the first ones, the first gens. But
oh yeah, the first gens are terrible. All mine are. Let me rephrase that. All my M&Ps that I have, 4 out of the 5 are Gen 2s. And one of them's I've had a Gen 1 9. That one was stolen from the house. And then I got a Gen 1 that's in 40, but it was a Brinks gun. And yeah, it does have a terrible trigger, but I mean, the 2.0's got a great trigger. And what I've seen, that 10 millimeter, when I get my hands on one of those, as soon as I can get one, they're supposed to have the new flat face triggers in them, like the new M&P shields do. So I'm looking forward to that. But
here's my whole thing with M&P. When it comes to aesthetics, I think an M&P is a beautiful gun compared to the Glock. And the thing is, if you don't like the trigger in the first gen M&Ps, you throw an Apex trigger in that gun, and then you got one hell of a gun.
True. I haven't done any trigger jobs in mine. I've polished them, but I do that with all my guns, feeder rams and all that stuff. Just I like tinkering with stuff, but
I do too. I love Apex triggers. Apex just makes a great trigger.
And I'm sure it would make a hell of an improvement. I'm totally with you, but I think for defensive purposes, if you're just talking minute a man, I think the trigger is acceptable. An example, my Gen 1 shield or whatever. I mean, not that it's something unbelievable, but I can make 100-foot shot with that, no problem. Hit shotgun shells with it. I mean, I'm accurate enough to where a normal self-defense range. It's not a target pistol. You know what I mean? So I think the trigger is lacking. I will state that, but you can get around it. So
you can get around the trigger in anything. I mean.
But that's just the first gen. The second gen is so much better.
Thank you, Hebrew. I appreciate that, man.
Yep. Thank you, Hebrew. So, Bald and Curious says, did I mention I bought another Glock? M&Ps suck balls. Ergos suck. Triggers suck. I think he's just trying to say Rob sucks.
That's
okay, you know what it really comes down to? You got to make a decision. What would you rather be, a Glock tard or a Smith tard?
I just want to be both.
I
just like guns. I mean, I don't know. I like every gun I'm different than most people, I guess. Every gun I buy, I tinker with it. I'm always trying to make it better. I like M&P. I don't have a problem with them.
The only gun I've ever had the only gun that I don't like is a Sky.
Never had one.
Yeah, don't don't ever get one. I'd rather have a High Point.
I don't like that little Smith & Wesson bodyguard.
I don't like it either.
That little thing. It's like, I don't know. I'm not a fan of small guns just in general, but so I mean, there is some Smith & Wessons I don't care for, so I'll put that out there. But I'm not a Smith tard. I'm an M&P tard.
Like that's any better. I like to say I am a gun connoisseur.
Well, at least you clarified that.
Yeah,
getting the record out there. And since we're on the record, Pro Mag, cheap ass, horrible, everybody hates Pro Mags, work perfectly well in the M&P series pistols. They may suck in everything
Not everybody.
else, but they work in the M&Ps. That's all
I will
I'm
give
saying.
you that, Rob, because I got the M&P 380 Bodyguard. I won that gun at a Coyote Roundup or something. I don't know. And I bought I think it's a 15 round Pro Mag for it, and that damn thing will run flawless in that gun.
I've had about an 80% success rate with Pro Mags.
Yeah, and I've noticed that watching your videos that you said that you've had. I've never bought them. The only reason I bought one for the M&P Bodyguard just because I think that thing's only got a 6 round mag that it comes with. But I actually kind of like that little gun. You can just throw it in your pocket if you're running to the store or something. But the Pro Mag does, I got to agree with Rob because my Pro Mag will run in that Bodyguard.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of them. I got a video, so I don't just say it. You can check out my video. So 6 brand new Pro Mags because all the other ones I purchased work. So, but everybody complains. So I figured, well, let me just do this live, not live, but right here on camera, and we'll see what it is. And they all ran one. Well, I don't want to tell the whole video, but if you want to check it out, check it out. But they got my stamp of approval, at least with the M&Ps.
Wasn't the only thing you changed on your M&P? You put the True Glow sights on there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and you did a video on that.
Yeah, on the shield. Yeah, that was on the shield. Yeah. Yep. That's pretty much it. And then I ran them the way they are in a sense. And, unlike some channels that are pros with every gun out there, I stick to the same tools and, you get pretty good with them. Not knocking anybody. You know what I mean? I'm just stating, it is. I don't know.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna come up to New York State. We can go shooting out in the woods where it is. I'm gonna bring you something like one of my Enfields or something, and you'll be like, "Well, how do you load this?" Or just.
Hey, well, I've shot a lot of other guns. Don't get me wrong. I'm just a cheap bastard. So lifetime warranty, American made, no bullshit. They always work. So it's just what I've gone with. So I always research anything, you get like a couple $100 range. I usually know more about it than the person that's selling it to me, by the time I actually go buy something. That's why another reason shows aren't good. I'm not an impulse buyer. If I don't have a purpose for it, I don't buy it. And that's what keeps me from avoiding credit cards and being in debt and all types of crap. But you know what I mean? So shit, I'm bouncing around 20 different places, and I think the alcohol is just kicking in. So I'm just gonna stop.
Oh no, we need to keep you going. So
So the crack will kick in.
Yeah, dude, it's your turn.
The first drink I made a little stiff, so no measuring cups. You just take a good swig and pour some in the bottle in the can, and
good. Now, at least I'm glad to know now that I'm not the only one that's been drinking through this whole entire live stream.
You hang out with these Glock, well, with a Glock guy long enough, you're gonna have to drink.
Oh. Yep. I there's times where it's like, okay, if you're gonna be on a live stream, drinking is required.
Yeah, there's been some funny ones. There truly has. So
With the Glock guy, what you do is you start drinking with him, then you drink him under the table, and when he passes out, you take a Sharpie and draw a 1911 on his forehead.
He could probably draw 2 or 3 on G's forehead.
Hey, I like 90% of the firearms that are out there.
Only 90? Or what's the 10% that you dislike?
Definitely don't like the Sky.
No problem.
Jimenez, Raven, High Point.
I mean, I see the point for
Jennings.
some the Ring of Fire guns. They have their their place.
I got one of those Ravens, and that thing is great.
Gangsta
all ball. I got one of the 32. I got a 25 or 32. I love those things. They shoot great. Well, they always go bang for me.
I didn't watch a whole lot of SHOT Show videos, but I saw one from Gizzard where he was talking to the C Camp people. And I'm like, they're talking about they're going to probably bring back the 25 ACP.
Nice.
They're just looking for a magazine manufacturer, but they have the 32 auto that's going to be being released. I think later this year. So I'm like, you know what? Both of those definitely would do a good, nice little pocket gun.
I got a baby Browning that's a Spanish copy of one that I carry sometimes when I'm wearing shorts or something like that, going out in public or grocery store or something like that. I'll throw that in my pocket.
It's better than any M&P on the market.
bullshit. Yeah, I just don't like those little guns. I don't feel comfortable with them. I don't know. They're small. I guess easy to conceal, but if you had to take a long shot or something, I don't know. I just seems like to me those are get off me or don't rape me guns. A lot of them, and
well, that's what it is.
Not common that people try to rape me. And if I was single, I might not complain. You know what I mean? It just depends on who's trying. Yeah.
2 guys in a tub. Anyway, that's what they're made for. They're there to get away, either get away or get another gun. That's the way I look at it. Those little 32s and those 25s, that's for me to get away from you or.
Should I fit my shield in a pocket? I can wear a tank top and shorts and have my shield on me and be bending over at work or whatever, and nobody knows. So now that you can get a 9mm that size, it's just I just don't want to. Yeah, but again, it's just me, my preference. So
Hebrew Hammer's got a good question. He wants to know if anyone has shot the Jericho 941, and I have not. I don't know if anybody on the panel has.
Is that the
IWI?
Isn't it just a high power? Or no?
I thought that was the like the baby brown, what they call the baby.
Yeah, they call it the baby eagle.
Yeah, I've done a video on it. That thing's great. Shoots great.
Yeah.
Just a CZ, really.
I got a good friend of mine that I shoot competition with. He's actually works for IWI, and they make good guns. No, he just puts it right in the can.
You'll put it in the can. Dude, how unsophisticated is that?
Why dirty a dish
Hey man,
just
yeah.
to make a drink?
Because you got to do it right. If you go and drink right. Don't be doing like you're hiding your alcohol from your daddy and your mommy and you're drinking in the backyard. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying,
Dishwashing
Rob?
detergent ain't cheap.
He got no ice in that, man.
Stuff costs money, man. Damn.
Cheap ass Rob. You reuse the same Coke can too, wash it out.
No.
You do, you damn liar.
Dude, he's always running the water with his mic hot, so he's got to be washing something. That, or he's just going to the restroom a lot and saying it's the faucet.
Coffee. I'm always making coffee, so I got to rinse the coffee pot out because it's a steady thing. And that gets thrown in the dishwasher at night. Man, it's a process. And then I'm getting water from my water cooler, so that goes clunk, 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 and everybody's like, "Oh, is he peeing?" But it's not. I've proven it on this show several times. It's a water cooler.
Water
you drink
cooler?
city water, you're crazy.
Water cooler? What? Water
You'll
cooler?
spend money on a water cooler because you're afraid of city water, but you
Hey,
won't
man, I'm
get a
cheap, but
glass.
I'm not crazy.
You won't drink your booze out of a glass.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
So yeah, the Jericho is actually kind of a CZ clone. The Masada was what I was thinking about. The Masada, I think, is their striker fired.
Yeah, it's a striker fire. I've done a video on one of the. That's a great feeling gun too.
Yeah,
it feels good. But the 941 Jericho is, out of all the clones that I've seen and held of CZ75, it's probably the best.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy that I was talking about, his name's Adam Litke. He's sponsored by IWI and Holosun, but I shot a match. The first match I ever shot with him a couple years ago up in we were up at Dynamic, and he had the prototype of the Tavor chambered in 9mm, and he brought it up and shot a match with it, and that was pretty damn cool to watch.
Anyone who did not watch your live stream last Wednesday, they definitely missed a good live stream.
Oh, with Daniel?
Yep.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I was glad he came on.
And then what do I do? The very first question, I hit him with the yeet cannon.
He wouldn't give us any info, would he?
Well, I worded it with "to hell with the yeet cannon." I want to know when you're going to shave 20 pounds off the slide and make a micro.
Yeah.
The best thing High Point could do is redesign all their guns to take Glock mags, and they would sell like crazy. I mean, my first handgun was a High Point 45 ACP, and it went bang every time.
I've never shot their pistols. I love their carbines. I have the 9mm and the 10mm.
I got because of that pistol, I bought their 9mm carbine. And I've had that thing since 1996. I put probably 5,000 rounds through it.
They're freaking tanks. They just go. So Hebrew Hammer says that the Jericho is not a CZ clone. I can't attest to that either. Either way, I don't know enough about it, but
it rides. If it's not an exact clone, then it's definitely. I'll have to go back and look at my video.
Yeah, you can. I know. I mean, just looking at the trigger and the picture of it, it looks a lot like one, but.
Yep.
But either way, there's nothing wrong with the CZ. CZ's a great gun, and
yeah, it's based on the CZ75.
Yeah.
Because the frame or the slide rides on the inside of just like a CZ. The trigger's just the controls. Yeah, it's a copy.
But I do love that Masada. That's one gun I've thought about getting.
It even says it on the website. It says The Jericho 941 has enjoyed wide acceptance by American shooters over the last 25 years, based on the highly regarded CZ75. This is right there on the page.
Now, are CZ's ammo picky?
No, not none of the ones I've had.
Okay, because they're pretty tight, right? Tolerance wise, reloaders will check chambers on a CZ in some case. So I've heard. You know what I mean?
Maybe the race gunners will.
Okay, maybe I'm. I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking madness here, but
when you get into their higher end stuff like the Shadow 2 and the TSO and the Parrot and the Checkmate, I mean, yeah, they're tight. I mean, they're very well made guns.
On ammo.
Probably, I would say.
Well, it seems a rule of thumb: if the gun's tight, it's picky on ammo.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, and that's one of the things people complain about Glocks or Smith and Wesson or whatever. Some of the cheaper ones are a little sloppy. You can see light through there, but that's what allows you to shoot anything and keep it running.
Right.
You know.
And most of the guys that I shoot competition with that are running CZs, I mean, they're all reloading their own ammo, so they're hand tuning their loads for that gun.
Okay. Yeah.
And so with like CZs, your factory ammo is, based on SAMI spec. And so, they're going to fit in that chamber. And so when you're reloading, you need to find out, where you need to seat your bullet based upon your chamber. So, because you can have your bullet depth at different lengths. And so your Smith & Wesson may like it, at a longer length versus, like going with a Kimber. A Kimber may, you may need to bump that back and make it so that the projectile is deeper in the case.
Yeah, my Kimber is definitely picky. My 1911 9mm is definitely picky on ammo.
That's the killer for me on expensive guns, like those Dan Wessons, all that stuff. They're nice. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of these guns are beautiful looking, but man, you got no idea. You want to see like a good, entertaining show. Watch me spend like $1,500 and get something that doesn't work, as I'm spending $300 trying to make it work. Like, oh my God, I'd throw that thing through the freaking phone. Like, there's no way. Like, I just, spend that kind of money, the gun should work. You know what I mean? But I know I get it. It's different and stuff, and that's just, I guess, glad I got cheap taste when it comes to that type of stuff, because I'd go nuts.
Squib's probably singing "Free at Last." Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last.
What are you on the corporate security system watching me on the camera? Hacking right into it. Yeah, I'm the guy with the Chevy hat and the blue Carhartt coat standing behind everybody in line at the time clock.
You don't get that other belt set soon. I might have to call your boss and tell him you're giving secrets to Ford.
You do that.
You might want to figure out who his boss is.
No, not that. We make most of the parts we make are Ford. So go right ahead.
I'm at Nissan.
What do we make?
The whole time you're in there at work around those machines and everything, you're on the phone with a Nissan guy.
I'm trying to remember what we make for is the Tundra Nissan?
Yes.
Okay, so we make the
the Toyota.
No, that's
Toyota. All right. Yeah.
The Titan is the Nissan's large truck, and the Frontier is their small truck.
Yeah, I don't think we do those. Yeah, I guess we do more Toyota stuff, but mostly Ford. We do a little bit of everything. I mean, Volvo, Some big truck companies, I can't remember which. Not very many GM parts. Only one part on my truck came out of this factory. So, yeah. But I'm going to use my phone to clock out, so it might drop me out. I'll be back if it does.
Okay. So it looks like we got a new guy out in the crowd. So welcome.
It's like the man in Tupperware took off.
Yep, he said he had to bail.
Hot date.
So yeah, the CZ75 was never licensed to anybody because it was made and developed in a communist country at the time, and that country doesn't exist anymore.
Damn it, Mad Sexy. Changing your name all the damn time. I can't keep track.
Bulldog is back.
And we're still here.
Going strong.
Yeah, I think 6.5, 7 hours is my longest.
You're at 4.5 now.
Oh, I got millions of 4.5 hours. Rob's been there on lots of those 4.5 hours.
So what are we going to do for your big 100 episode show?
I don't know. I think we're going to auction Rob off.
It's coming. It's not that far away.
Dude, I think they outlawed that in 1865. I'm just saying.
You know how they do those charity auctions where, you get to, bid to who, take some person out to dinner or whatever. Get to go to dinner with some rando.
Yeah, dinner. Okay. All right. I see where you're going with this, but whoever, they're going to have to sign a health waiver.
Yeah, because he's going to try cooking you chicken fried beefsteak.
Chicken fried beefsteak.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense.
There's Val. What's up, buddy?
Well, I hear them picking up on New Yorker, so I figure I'll come back you up.
You gonna take us back real good?
Nah, I figure bad enough he's short and skinny. He needs somebody muscular to back him up.
Short. I think that's the first time I've been called short, but
you have to come over. You need to shoot some real guns. Forget about that MMP piece of shit, and I'll let you shoot some real guns.
You gonna put that Glock 45 in his hand and take video of it?
No, I will use the Glock 45 to prop up the targets. Now I got a couple of Wilsons he can try, a couple of nice guns.
yeah, so you're trying to make me fall in love with something I can't afford. What an asshole.
That's what the friends are for.
What you should put in his hand is that Grand Power.
Hey, listen, you fell in love with the old lady and you can afford her either, so.
Hey, man, she was a stalker, but I didn't mind.
And yeah, if you come over, I'll let you use the real glass for the booze. You don't have to drink shit out of the can.
He'll even do the dishes.
Son of a bitch.
Oh.
You know what? I'll give you a plastic cup.
Oh, don't get him started on plastic cups. You know how unhealthy those are for the earth and stuff? He's all that green, people.
No worries. The one I'm going to give him is reused. I just put it in the dishwasher.
Nah, yeah, a can's not beneath me. I'm just a peasant. It's fine. As he's drinking out of a can. What is that, beer?
I'm drinking a beer, you cheap ass
Oh,
motherfucker.
dog piss? Jesus,
can't
you're bitching at me?
You can't even afford a beer like this.
Voodoo Ranger.
I mean, Rob, you should be like a freaking millionaire by now. I mean, you don't spend any money on a decent guns. You don't spend any
You
money.
just say I'm not. No.
You keep buying a cheap
and you
booze.
should have a man bun by now if you're drinking.
Yeah, man bun from what? Maybe on my balls.
Man.
Not to mention, you're driving a car that you had in your high school.
Hey, man, you know, I don't know how to put it. It doesn't take a lot to make me happy. It really doesn't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. All the money you're saving. You know, you're like these two homeless guys. You know, one of them is smoking, the other one's not, and they're talking, and the one that's not smoking is like, you shouldn't smoke. You know, it's not good for you. Plus, you know how much money you're spending on it. You know, but by now you could have like a nice house with a white picket fence. So the other guy turns over to you, smoke? He goes, no, I never smoke a cigarette in my life. Well, where's your fucking house with a white picket fence?
Well, you know, it might not have the big picket house, but I got some dollar menu stuff in my pocket you don't know about.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I keep saying you got to be loaded. People don't know about it. I mean, the richest people I ever met, they look like they don't have a freaking dime to their name.
I can agree to that. Not that I'm loaded, but I've had quite a few customers like eat shit a brick realizing the kind of money they had. Unbelievable. And the shape their houses are in some of these cases. And, you know, I've walked out of there with like 17,000 cash and more coming. Like, it's amazing. Like, yeah, some people, you know, people value different things. Honestly, you know, the way I see it, I should have been dead years ago. So I'm just happy to be alive, honestly. Not in prison or something, you know, so it doesn't take much for me to be happy. I got a decent lady, don't have the problems everybody else does as far as relationship problems in most cases. You know, I'm pretty much happy with my employment. Of course, I'd love to make more money. Who wouldn't? But all in all, I don't need a flashy car. I don't want the payments. I mean, you know, to get on it, I've had my truck for what? How many years? Like 15, 16 years? 16 years, and I probably put like $5,000, and that's including buying it. 16 years. How much money have you spent in 16 years on a vehicle? And what else could you have done with that money? That's all it is. You know what I mean? It's just priority selection. I'd rather go have a great weekend on the fly, you know, at a hotel somewhere or whatever the case. I value things differently. Shiny shit don't matter to me, really.
It's not
people
about
matter
shiny
to me.
It's not about shiny shit. I just, you know, like for example, the truck I bought, I didn't bought like a top of the line truck. I bought literally the cheapest 3,500 they had on the lot. You know, it's not about that. I mean, the longest I had truck was Toyota. I had the Tundra.
I got a fabulous lady. I'm getting bitched at. I fucked up. Fabulous. Damn, baby.
I had a Tundra for 10 years. I put 200,000 miles on it, and I still wound up selling it for like 8,000.
Yeah, I just don't think a truck out there is worth $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 these days in some cases. And what the hell am I going to do with a new truck when I'm throwing shingles in it, when I'm cutting trees down, when I'm hauling sand or gravel, lumber? Like, you know, I can't pussyfoot around. Oh, don't scratch the side. I got work to do. You know what I mean? What the hell's the point of a new truck? Doesn't make any sense. Plus, shit, most of the people, I got a lot of friends that are contractors, shit like that. They've been through like 5 trucks. Shit, they call me to come pick their ass up or get their shit to work the next day. And they got the new shiny truck they were laughing about mine with last week. And mine's still going. You know, I just don't see the point.
I'm not about the shiny new truck. Trust me, my truck is a working man's truck, and it works. I haul shit. I carry shit. I don't baby it. I don't care about scratches. The only reason,
like a carpenter with shiny new tools. That's they're fronting, man. They don't really work.
Nothing shiny in my house. My guns, I gotta be quiet. $3,000 Wilson Combat is still just a tool, so I don't baby shit around. The only reason I went for the new truck is because I had a 1500 Ram 2017. I bought two years ago, a little over 2 years ago. Had 17,000 miles on it, and after 2 years and with 70,000 miles, I sold it for the same money I paid 2 years ago. So the way I'm looking at it, I was driving free for 2 years.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So I went up. I needed a bigger truck. I needed something that can pull my my little Kubota. I need a bigger truck. I wind up stepping up to 3,500, and so far I'm liking it. I got a working man's truck. It's a full size truck with the 8-foot bed.
I ran out of beer. I had to leave for a minute.
What you drinking there, Chris?
Oh, I'm just drinking that cheap Bud Light.
He's drinking man beer, not that man bun beer.
Hey, you see this?
Ooh, the pretty label?
No, the amount of alcohol in the beer.
Right there's that fancy truck right there.
Hey, listen, I go have 2 of these. I take a leak, and there's 1 Bud Light.
Yeah, I'm messing with you, man. I drink beer now and then, although I prefer, alcohol, hard alcohol per se. So.
Yeah, so do I. But I kind of finished the bottle last night. So.
Well, Artech, you want to plug anything before you bail out of here?
We're still doing 3 videos a week still now, and then and that's about it. Really, we still got videos coming up, so check out R&L Displays for zip ties.
So, I did see your comment earlier there, Mad Sexy, and he says for your big channel giveaway, you can have Squib come visit me in California. I'm not
California or Southern California.
You got to be specific. Squib's got warrants.
I think he's in Southern California.
All right, that's not far from Vegas. No problem. I have nothing against Northern California. Actually, there is a family vacation I'd like to take up there, but Southern California is just easier to get to. That's all.
You go up to Northern California, you go into the Redwood Tree Forest and stuff, and you go see Paul Bunyan.
See, that's more... No. Redwoods or whatnot, they're in Eastern California, and they're more south than north, kind of the way I look at it. But if I went there, I would be going to go to Endor. Because when you're in California, you're in Endor and you're in Tatooine in the same state. Rob's there going, what is Endor? What is Tatooine? What is he talking about?
I'm a Star Wars nut, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
There's 2 shooting locations in California that are Tatooine, and I know they shot in Algeria as well. But there's 2 locations there, and then Endor is Kings Canyon, which is part of the Redwoods trees, and that's kind of north of Death Valley.
Yeah, but if you get up there where you've got Paul Bunyan and Babe the Big Blue Ox, they're big out there in the Mystic Forest. It's got a lot of the redwood trees where you can actually drive your car through one of the big redwoods.
Okay.
That's up in the northern part of the coming off 101 before you get up to Eureka and Ukiah.
The pine cone from that area. A little bit actually broke out, but the thing's almost a foot big. Actually, it's probably bigger than a foot.
So we've got Big Al back and we've got Scott 79 here. So welcome, guys.
Let me get it straight. They shot Star Wars in California. They didn't do it in outer space. Seriously?
That was only half the movie that was shot in California.
I got zero desire to go to California. I got enough shit in New York.
I thought California was outer space.
A lot to see. There's a lot to see. You know, people are all like, I'm not going anywhere where I can't take my gun. I wouldn't worry about it. Those people out there can't fight.
Yeah, I don't know. I would.
Nah, but they'll stab the shit out of you real quick.
So why can't you carry a knife?
When you go to California, see, when I go to California, like, I'm gonna go see the sights and things like that. Rob's gonna go to Compton on purpose.
Rob would probably go down into Watts.
Hey man, you gotta check it out, you know.
Hey Rob, we gotta move to Tennessee. More centrally located so we can drive to places.
Yeah, I agree.
Even going down to Long Beach to go visit the USS Iowa. You know, Long Beach is not necessarily the nicest neighborhood either, but you know, I mean, I went to go to the New Jersey, and that's in Camden, and everybody's like, "Oh, Camden's so bad," and I'm like, I wasn't afraid. Jeez.
So when are you planning on making this trip to Tennessee, Bald?
I was just there last August, and I was gonna go again for like a weekend. Maybe I might actually go sometimes in February. Just want to see what the winter's like right there. And my daughter's gonna be senior next year, so the plan is within the next 2 years, I would really like to get the fuck out of the state.
I love Tennessee, though. I think that's a good move.
I loved every minute of it when I was down there. I mean, it was really, people were great. You know, I went to see the Bud's Gun Shop. It was awesome.
Yeah,
I mean, I've been all over the South, but I don't know. There's something about people in Tennessee. They're just, I don't know. They're like nicer than nice down there.
Not only that, but you go more south, it's too hot. Mm-hmm. You don't get the season change. You know, Tennessee, you still get a little bit of the snow here and there. You get the season change and all that. Like Florida, for me, it's too hot. Georgia, same way. It's just too hot.
Yeah, Florida's hot. I love Florida, but I wouldn't want to live there in the summertime.
Nah, me neither. Shit, I worked there in the winter, and I thought I was gonna die.
So, Squib, what were you going to say about Tennessee?
Tennessee's got a lot of nice stuff. And, I mean, it's kind of different landscape from the east to the west. And, I mean, you're not that far from the coast if you want to go to the beach. And I-75, you can go as far south as Florida, as far north as Michigan. So, it's, you know, it's got a pretty good corridor there. And, yeah, you know, Bud's Gun Shop, that's on one side of the state. Dixie Gun Works on the other side of the state. There's a lot of nice things there. They do have a 10-cent tax on every box of ammo. So that is something to, but I mean, a box is a box. They don't, 10 cents on a case, 10 cents on a box of 20. They don't care. So that is something. I mean, it's a minor nothing. They've got constitutional carry. And if you want to get a concealed carry, it's an online test and a fee that you pay with a credit card. That's it. So they're really,
they don't take cash. That's bullshit.
How are you going to pay with cash over the computer?
I don't know. Figure it out, man. Rob's there trying
to
mail them a money order.
He's gonna pay with the Bitcoin. Yeah, but Tennessee is also a tax haven. You know, the no, what is it? No state income tax, sales
Income
tax.
tax, yeah. And I mean, depending on where you live, if you live outside of one of the big cities have got everything. They've got everything. So you could have a place in the country with some property and shoot in your backyard and drive, 30 minutes to an hour to the big city for your job or for the hospital or for any kind of shopping you want or whatever you want. And if you have family come visit you, there's things to do in Tennessee. Or like I said, it's not that far to get to the beach, or even driving down to Atlanta for the weekend to do something. There's a lot of things down there, and it's not that far of a drive. So it's got a lot of nice things about it for sure.
What I like about it is the Eastern Tennessee, where I want to go. It's about, either Eastern Tennessee or West North Carolina, either one. It's about 13-hour drive from my house. But then again, let's say you're outside of Knoxville, it only takes you 13, 14 hours to get to Texas, like Austin, Texas. So you got a lot more options. Like for Jesus Christ, I drove 14 hours down to South Carolina for a 3-gun match, just for a 3-day event. Once you're down there, you got so many more shooting opportunities, so many more matches, and everything is a relatively driving distance. You can do a couple hours, or you can go 10 hour, and you completely on the West Coast.
One of the reasons I was looking at Tennessee as well is because it's within a day's drive back if needed to for kids or family or something like that. Granted, you may not be there in a business day, but you can make it back in somewhat of a reasonable time if need be. So,
yep.
Yeah, because it's not that difficult to get up through, I guess, what you would go through West Virginia and Pennsylvania, but there's all the different expressways just connect. 40 cuts east-west through there, so that's your corridor to get through that way. So it's got a lot of things going for it. It really does. I used to live in Memphis, so I liked it when I was there.
Yeah, hopefully a few more years and I'm out of here. That's the plan. That's right now the housing market is great. I'm trying to make as much money as I can. I'm trying to convince my wife, let's build another house and sell this one because I can make a killing on it, and it's going to be all tax free because we've been here for a while. And if we build another house, if we stay there for 2 years, if I sell it, I don't have to pay taxes on the profit again. So that's kind of the plan right now. I'm hoping. I'm 48 years old. Well, not yet. I'll be 48 in a couple of weeks. I'm hoping 50, 51. I'm out of here. Maybe enjoy a little freedom finally.
Have you looked at like what the market is for construction? Or are you thinking about going to a different job if you?
No, I would like to do the same thing I'm doing right now. I would like to be a builder, build houses, and with the houses, people always need houses. So it doesn't matter if the market's good, market's bad. As long as you can adjust to market, you're still gonna sell the house. You might not make as much money, but the way I do build houses, I do a lot of stuff myself. Me and 1 or 2 guys, so. Even if I don't make that much money on the actual sale of the house, I make a salary on building the house still. So I'm happy with that. And I couldn't work. Couldn't work in the office. Like if I had to work in a cubicle, Jesus Christ, I would go postal in a freaking week. And I don't do any freaking shingles and all that shit. I leave that for the New York Outcast. He's light and skinny enough to run around the roofs.
Yeah, I do it all. I do additions and whatnot as well. So I've been on. I haven't built any houses as in my job, but I've been subbed on a lot of them. So whether it's framing or whatever, finish, whatever, pretty much all the way through. So yeah, I mean, yeah. something like that, that's no problem on my end. Roofs, I just were my forte for a long time. So, and I kind of like roofs because it's a quick job. You're not in the house. You're not dealing with the kids, the pets, all that stuff. Like the jobs I hate the most are like a kitchen remodel where somebody lives there. Like kitchen and bath, those are the worst because they seem to take forever. Yeah. You leave one night and you agreed on something, you come back the next day, the wife wants different cabinet doors or whatever the case. Like I've literally come back into work and had to make a deck smaller before because a grandmother showed up, dishes went flying out the window, and freaking it was over where her whatever was planted. So I literally had to drop a deck back 2 feet the next day. You know what I mean? Like shit like that happened. A roof, nobody bothers you. You know what I mean? So you're up, you're in, you're out. You don't even have to go inside. I'm good to go. You know, so I like those because it's good, quick, easy money in a sense. But yeah, I do all types of stuff. So, but no, I'm not a big shot like you, where I'm building houses and selling them. Unfortunately, but actually passed up an opportunity years ago like that in Oneonta, New York. But it's a good thing I did because I ended up with vehicle problems, not just shortly after it all happened. So, but yeah, you get down there and get going, man. I can help you out or whatever. And same deal as anybody else. I'll start cheap, do a job, you see what I can do. Either pay what I agree or I'm out the door. So that's done with other people. Like everybody's like, oh, talk's cheap. I get it. I got no problems backing up what I can do, but then you got to back up your part.
Yeah, I was the same way. I used to be a framing contractor back in 2000s. That's all I did. I mean, at one point I had 5 crews going. Then went back to just me and one crew. Then kind of slowly transitioned into remodeling. You know, then Obama took office, everything went to shit. So and a couple of remodeling jobs here and there, and I was pretty much doing anything, you know, kitchens, bathrooms, you know, full-blown second floor additions, full-blown remodels. The last couple of years, you know, I was blessed with this new construction. I still do remodeling jobs, but I really just do them for like repeat customers that call me back, and I kind of set my price, and you know, they usually don't haggle with me. I still wind up doing
yeah, I get tips.
No tips. I still wind up doing.
Oh, you don't get tips? Shit, we got $300 tips before.
Yeah, on like a $400 job.
$300 tip on a $400 job. Now tell me I'm not liked.
You're not liked.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm doing right now because I sell the house and that's it. You know, I have to warranty the house for a year and that's about it.
If you want to get a tip doing the job, you're going to have to suit up just right. There's a reason Outcast wears knee pads when he's on the job.
No, man. I'm just Johnny on the spot.
I was going to hire Outcast to do some work for me, and then he said he doesn't take credit cards, so I was out.
Oh, I take anything. I take credit cards, Bitcoin, any payment you got.
Yeah, you're being a smart ass. Yeah, I'm not sure how it'll work though. You know, here a lot of things, you know, you don't necessarily have to be licensed for, and there you may, and vice versa. So there's a lot of stuff to look into, especially on your aspect of actually building a home. So obviously codes, you know, how you're dealing, taxes would be a little different probably. Let's see, what's going to be required. I mean, there's, you know, what requirements are you going to need to satisfy the state of Tennessee? You know, is there any? I mean, so there's a lot to look into when you're talking about transferring a business. So
yeah, but it's so much easier down there because whatever you do,
it's going to be better and cheaper. Yeah.
No, it's not that, but whatever you do as far as the licensing applies to the entire state. Unlike in this stupid fucking state, your license goes county to county. Like I need to carry a license for the Westchester County. I need to carry a license for the Putnam County. The Dutchess County, you don't need a license. Then you need a license if you work in the Rockland County. And then let's say you work in a freaking Yonkers, although it's a Westchester County, your Westchester County license is no good. You need a license for the city of Yonkers. So it's so freaking retarded. You go over, I'm on the Canadian border, you get a license for Connecticut and it's the entire state. So you know what? I'm not even worried about licensing and all that because you take whatever. You gotta take a test, pay fee, whatever the hell. I got plenty of experience. I'm not worried about that. And as far as the codes and everything goes, you know what? New York's so messed up that any other state can't even come close to a code enforcement.
You got my lady laughing, man. Yep, we agree.
Okay.
I got a building inspector yelling at me for no apparent reason because he's looking at the map that was made in 1989. Meantime, I have a brand new erosion control map. I spent $5,000 on just to get my erosion permit for the new build, and he doesn't have a copy of it. And erosion control office is next door to his building, and they have 5 copies of them. I'm like, why are you yelling at me? Because I don't have a stake hay bales on the side of the property line, but I have a silt fence. I'm like, it's 21st century. We don't use that shit anymore. And building inspector's a goddamn part-time. He's basically part-time building inspector. He's a cop in Poughkeepsie.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we're 5 hours into this, and I got the wife yelling in the background, so we're gonna cut this off. And so, Squib, you have anything you want to plug before we get out of here?
I'd like to plug GunTube Chamber because it's more mobile friendly than StreamYard. And thanks for the invite.
You're welcome. So, Bald and Curious or Professional Amateur, Val?
Oh, thanks for having me, and MMPs suck.
You got any videos going to be coming up or anything like that?
I think I got like 1 or 2 that already uploaded. I'm just going to make them public when I kind of make final adjustments. Yeah, but I'll have something coming this week.
Cool. Rob D, you got anything you want to talk about before we get out of here?
Well, I can't really plug anything for, I don't know, close to a week here. So I'd say check out R&L Displays, eat a salad, check out each other amongst the panel out there in the chat. Obviously, like-minded people, we should stick together. Even if you do carry a Glock, I don't hate you. I'll still stand with you. But other than that, thanks for joining us. Thanks for having us. And don't take anything we said here too seriously.
Yep. So, Chris, you got anything you want to plug before we get out of here?
No, I'll have a new video going up Tuesday. Wednesday, you and I will have our live chat, and then I'll have another video going up on Thursday.
Well, so She-Fires will be on Chris's Wednesday night live stream. So definitely come check it out. Hopefully we get to a We Stand up there also. So that should be a great live stream. And I want to thank everybody that tuned in.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on.
Y'all are welcome. We're out of here.